Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, July the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Starkey, William, and Pepe. Thank you very much, guys. So we're live, good to go, both rooms. What's happening? So I saw you guys talking about the VEEE, VEEE, and to merge with USFM subsidiary to privatize recreational marine business, okay? So it's a merger, and what happens to the stock price or the stock symbol? Looks like probably going to remain VEEE. Low float, 520,000 in the float. QTTB. This is a bio. Biostock soars after patchy hair loss study. Okay. Not as crazy low as the last one. 19 million in the float, still low, sitting right on the VWAP now, QTTB. And great volume. Great spread to start anyway, 1861, 1862. So not a spready stock, even in the pre-market. I don't know to keep watching FBRX today. Okay, I want to see FBRX. This was a big one, I think. I know it was a big one on Friday and Thursday. So yeah, so it kind of held its gains on Friday also. When I'm talking about that, I mean, there's the high, 45.28, closed down here, 40, well, it's about $1 below, but not bad. It's a pretty low float. This is one that's always had a pretty tough spread, kind of not quite as bad as this, but 44.12, 45.20, obviously untradeable right now. No volume yet, but I had it jotted down as something to potentially watch today. Here, William, I haven't checked anything you've said yet, but fast. This is an earnings play, Fastenal. This is an earnings play, and it is basically flat, not doing too much. Only earnings play I really see that of a company that I've heard of in the past, FAST. No volume yet. You didn't see fast as earnings? I'm seeing a bunch of price targets for some analysts by Rothschild. I'm just looking to see if maybe it isn't. We have it as an earnings play, but maybe we're wrong. Well, I guess we're wrong. We have it as an earnings play this morning before the market opened, but yeah, it doesn't really look like it should be because of the volume. But yeah, this is what I was talking about. Some price targets by. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it as an earnings play. So I guess our provider has it wrong. PLSM. Wow, big pop up, big drop. The pop was because it was selected to participate in Israel's healthcare AI regulatory sandbox program. Okay. All right. But big pop up, 12.95, back down to 5. Mimi, M-I-M-I. Big move, but another one that's really fallen off the highs in the pre-market. 426, 288 underneath the VWAP. Hard to get too enthused about these. EHGO has been another active one over the last few weeks. Remember these 2 weeks right here. It's about 3 and 4 weeks ago. Another one though, guys. You know, I mean, big pop up, then a drop through the VWAP. I don't see anything so far that what about the VE? But it's kind of a weird one because it's a merger. Just looking for anything that's kind of holding its gains in the pre-market. Well, here's one. AGEN, definitely holding its gains in the pre-market and starting to move even higher. And so here's a situation in which you're getting $340 million private placement to advanced trial. So, and it's late stage. So right now the company's being rewarded on that, blasting through the 200-day moving average. Look at the volume. It's not a low float, 41 million, but it's already traded the float, traded 45 million so far this morning. So that one has some promise in terms of, at least it hasn't given up its gains in the pre-market and it's above the VWAP. BRAI, thank you. OB. Well, sort of at an interesting level on the daily chart. Yeah, it was a little late today, guys. So yeah, my economic calendar, I'm sure you're right. Let's see, take a look, William. Take a look at the economic calendar. Yeah, nothing. Well, Bowman spoke at 5:25 or was speaking. Yeah, nothing. These auctions, the bill auctions that we used to look at, you still look at them? You know, I see 3 month and 6 month at 11:30. Waller speaking at 12:30. Other than that, though, there's not much happening in terms of the economic calendar. Sky Q, okay, you're still hanging around. Sky Q, pretty ugly looking daily chart. Look how choppy it is on the daily chart. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, too short. I got you at 10, 20, or 30 year. Gotcha. In terms of the effect. I did check this morning to see if those promo codes were still active, and they appear to be. Yep. They haven't removed them yet, guys. So yeah, the promo codes are still alive, guys. The 30% off the premium annual and the 25% off everything else. The two standard or the two monthlies and the standard annual. I'll let they be gone by today, but we have a reprieve. All right, what has won a race that I haven't talked about? The CMND. Trade of the week is Butterfly, BFLY. Let's see what it's doing. I think I jotted down what the trigger is, 801. So a little bit under the trigger price. And that is BFLY. That is the trade of the week. Last week's high was 9 something, 926 or so. Yeah, Steve and I have definitely. I mean, I'm looking here. I mean, I see a high of 809. I see a high of 811. Now, his trigger is 801. Well, they're definitely working one. I just typed it in. Which one are you trying to do? A monthly or an annual? Monthly or annual? What are you trying to do? The annual. Okay, standard or premium? Okay, so you have to use Barry 25, right? I just did it. I use the Barry 25, and it's right there. So it's definitely working. Not sure what you're doing, but it is definitely working. SpaceX. So yeah, you were talking about SpaceX this morning, William. Yeah. So the IPO price is 135. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening this morning before the 9:30 open. The mark spies down a couple of points, 2.5 points. So let's see what's happening with the major sectors. I'm going to click on new from the toolbar, click on dock channel bar, click on show more. These are all the theme-based channels that we've got, and click on the sector status right down here and see in the pre-market what's happening. So the change from the close. So XLE Energy. Energy is the top sector right now, okay, as we speak. And the worst one, probably silver or something. SMH. Well, there's silver too. Silver and SMH are tied. So the semis are weak. Silver and the semis are weak. There's Tech, XLK. So tech stocks, SMH, and silver. I'm just looking to see if there's any big percentage moves here. And some there's some of the sectors that we're following from this sector list that you can kind of dive into. JBHT, you know this one, William Trucking Company, JBHT, good volume too. Trying to see anything. Every single energy play is up. Just looking to see if there's anything that's really standing out in terms of a big percentage drop or up. Okay, well, there's Micron. I know you guys follow Micron every day. So there's MU and WDC and TER and a MAT. So we've got some big drops. Okay. These are the semis. So that's why the semis are weak. So there's Micron, MU. RMD. I mean, the healthcare sector is up. I mean, well, up 78% are above Friday's close, but there are some down, and RMD is really down. RMD. Don't see any news on it. I'm looking for any new. Well, Citigroup. Okay, Citigroup downgraded it to neutral with a target of 235. Okay, so that is RMD. So that little cut, that little target cut from 270 down to 235 by Citigroup is really hurting RMD this morning. All right. Well, that's a look at some of the movers in the pre-market in terms of the large cap stocks in these sectors. Okay, just looking at some of these ones in the race. Stellantis. Take a look at Stellantis, STLA. Boy, this car company has just been hit. Looking like on a monthly chart. So a little over a year ago, this was a 23, 28, $30 stock or so. Now we're down to 563. All right, AGEN is still holding its gains in the pre-market, near the highs in the pre-market. Continues to move higher here. Now this is not shortable for me. Okay, I'm just looking to see if it was shortable for me. Interactive Brokers, in case it starts running out of steam, but it is not. So this is an earnings play. I can confirm that this is actually an earnings play. A real cheap one, LGPS, up 39%, low float, Japanese stock, but this is an earnings play. Another one, big pop up, 158 down to 116. And this is the week it begins, guys. Yeah, so we've got we've got most of the major banks, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, and of course Alcoa, all releasing earnings this week. So this is the start of earnings week, or the earnings season, excuse me. Yeah, there's Goldman Sachs tomorrow, pre-market. Yeah, I may have to make an adjustment to my trend reversals, because when earning season comes in, you're going to get a lot of trend reversals probably. So maybe too many. So I may have to up the filter values. I do not want to get inundated with alerts. One moment. All right, guys. Sorry. All right, guys. 9:27 now. So 3 minutes to the 9:30 open. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. The only exception is sometimes in my daily trend reversals, if I get maybe a company ETF of a name company, I may take that one. Otherwise, I'm probably still going to wait till the 15. Mr. Owsey, good morning, mate, to you, or good day. TTD, the trade desk. What's this one doing? Well, it could be interesting. Last week's high, 2038. It's at 2023 right now. The next high on a weekly chart, 2059. If it can get through all that, 2355. So there's certainly room. TTD, a little bit of a, no, it's not a massive move or anything, but big float. Trade desk points Penry Price. Penry Price. All right, interesting name. All right, guys, we've got a minute to the open. Have a great start to this trading week. URE, I see this one is okay. Well, awfully horrible looking 5 minute chart. Anyway, just chopping around, getting close to the VWAP though. Up 10%, and names Frank Zhang to succeed Bjorn Schmidtke as the CEO. All right, guys, we're open. So I'll get rid of this and get my other race started. CTSH, guys, on the move right now. CT, not a great spread though, 4409, 4436, but starting to move. CTSH. Still moving here, guys. The VEEE still moving. They're doing a merger with some company, but big drop. So that was in a heartbeat. I mean, it went from 1335 down to 1157 like that. I think this is going to get halted. I think it's going to get halted. It's going to get halted. It's going to get halted. There you are. So Bansai got halted also. BNZI got halted on the way down, and CLRO got halted on the way up. Okay, CLRO got halted on the way up. I remember this one, of course, from last week or 2 weeks ago. Got up to 1668 or so. So let me demonstrate or show you this blue screen. This is nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers telling me the halt price. There's a symbol CLRO. halted at 917. This call, I'm trying to show you where it could open. Now, the first halt is usually pretty good. Pretty good meaning that it'll open over the halt price, usually. Right now, though, I mean, it's technically, it looks like it could be opening underneath. And if you're unfamiliar with these halts resumes, typically they are 5 minutes long. So that got halted at 9:31 plus 26 seconds. So that'll be 9:36 plus 26 seconds if it is a 5 minute halt. And the numbers in this column will fluctuate over the course of 5 minutes. Whoa, and a pretty big drop for SpaceX here now, guys. Down to 142. Okay, didn't see this in the pre-market. VRRM is just ripping, well, a little bit of a rip. Yeah, pretty big rip. 424 to 460, guys. That is a big rip for a VRRM. And the next is like pretty good consolidation on that daily chart. I mean, a little bit choppy, but the next high in the weekly is 521. I think 521. 459 is there. So 521 is the next high in the weekly. Not a low float, 158 million in the flow. So this is not a low float situation. AGEN is still well. It had a actually look at that. It had a drop into the VWAP. VWAP held it so far. That's AGEN. Should have looked at the monthly chart to see where it could go. Yeah, so that high in the monthly chart is 563. So it approached that. If it can get through 563 again, 739 on the monthly chart anyway. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but at least there's some room on a monthly chart for it to keep running. Aha, so Micron, guys. So Micron, MUD. This is a bear. This is a one-time bear for Micron. The Qs are down 8. That's a fairly big, yeah. And Dow's up. SPY is trying to get back to the close of Friday, but the Qs, well, SMU. Southern Methodist, but SMH. Well, if you thought that Micron was going to continue down, MU, you could be buying this one. MUD, it's a one timer, so it's just a one. So if Micron moves down 1%, this will go up 1%. But the highs right there, 1231. All right, guys. So CLRO opened up. Spread is not great. 925, 988. That's a terrible spread. GMM, I think I saw this was down in the pre-market. It still is down, but it's trying to come back a bit. Hmm. Mud continues here, guys. MUD. Again, this is a short. If you don't want to short Micron the stock, you can buy this one. Not saying to do it. I'm just pointing it out. MUD. Boy, look at SpaceX now, guys. SPCX is getting closer and closer to that 135. That 135 is their IPO was priced at 135, getting closer and closer. So this SSPC, this is a way to, if you wanted to short SpaceX, you could buy this one, and you can see it's at its high, all-time high. Met you. Okay, I've been following this one for probably 3 weeks now. This is a way to play a two-time bull for Meta, the stock. It's been very active. Yeah, I mean this is super active. This METU. Now the high last week was 2870. Yeah, just a way to play Meta. A lot cheaper, of course, but plenty of volume. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that first question. Is the AI assistant working right now? First, appears to be. Yeah, appears to be. I haven't tried to put one in, but appears to be. Yeah, you can have the debt. You can have the when you're talking about going to the website, you cannot have both open at the same time, Wolf. Okay, okay, you can't have them both open at the same time. I know what you mean. You're not going to the web version of TI. You're going to the website. I get it. You can't have them both open at the same time. Well, the web-based version is not gone about it because there's the odd person out there that doesn't mind using it. But you're not talking about the web-based version. You're talking about The one that has the money machine and all that on it. I think that's what you're talking about. Like there's, this is semantics perhaps, but there's the web-based, yeah, the dashboard. Thank you. The dashboard is still, people still use that, but you cannot have them both open at the same time. That's all. The dashboard is fine, like fine. I mean, I don't use it because I've got my own scans and all, but for people that like to perhaps take a glance at the dashboard, see what's happening. But that's not technically the web-based version. No, like the web-based version that we had would kind of look like this. I mean, you could create your own scans and all that. Okay, so that's why they're not removing it. AGEN. Okay, guys. Well, it held the VWAP. Projected open is for V triple E. A little bit, not really a big clue. 1356, 1358. Okay, so not a big clue yet. Wow. SpaceX guys challenging 140 now. Some fairly choppy action for the BRAI. It got up to 772, and then it came right back down to 630 through the VWAP. But maybe now it's going to make the move. The next high looking left is 933. It's on a weekly chart. That's for the brain with a double I for whatever reason. All right, CLRO got halted on the way down, I guess. Yeah, look at that. So big pop, now a big drop. 890,000 in the float. All right, I'm going to start taking a look at some of these larger cap stocks. Okay, how about the MQ? Just over the whole number of 16. MQ, Marketa, and digital payment. Where are you out of? States, okay, 85 million in the float. Not a ton of volume yet. Don't see any specific news for it. Not yet, anyway. Don't see any news for it for MQ. See if it holds 19, the 16 level. I mean, the next high, it's got a lot of room. 1721, next high looking left. So there is certainly room. Let's see if it can kind of settle down, maybe come back into the 16 level and then move from there. Because there's a lot of room. The 200-day moving average is way above that. So all right, Qs are picking up steam on the way down, guys. The Dow was up about 140 last time I looked, so it's dropped. SPY's dropping. A little bit of a drop now. All right, VEEE just opened, and it opened at the 14 level. They're doing some kind of a merger with a company, and they've got right now 520,000 in the float. Wow, guys, AGEN on the move. Took out 6 now. And again, that next high in the monthly anyway is up here at 733. DWSN, okay, and that's showing up on my reversal. Now, the next low looking left, well, I wish it were further away. I wish it were down here around 523. The next low on the, yeah, I'm not, I mean, it's a short opportunity. I have shorts available, but I'm not sure I want to do it. I think I wish there was just more room for it to run. Wow, AGEN just ripping now. This is after the company announced it will raise 8. Well, I had a higher number than that, I thought. 85 million to fund its colon cancer drug trial. What I have here, they're doing an up to $340 million private placement. So now, what is it, 85? To raise about 85 million. At any rate, that's what they're doing to fund their trial. The wild swings in that Metu. Wild swings. I mean, look, up to 2865, 2770. I mean, this is the ETF for Meta. Take a look at Meta, the stock. It's going to look the same. They pop, drop, maybe going to try to hold the VWAP. All right, now this is on the trend reversal play. This can be a very can be. It usually is a very volatile one. EHGO. The trigger was at 218. But I've traded this one before. I think I got extremely lucky once because it can drop, pop, and then drop so quickly. Yeah, stocks unhinged. Yeah, I mean that's why I have met you. Yeah, I know exactly. It mirrors Meta. That's the whole idea of it. Of course. Yeah, I don't find this is easy to trade. This EHGO. Oh, this got a little bit of room. This AURE, a little bit of room. 191, a little bit of room. It's at the VWAP right now, AURE. Well, that BRAE, that was that was the low float. Not a lot of volume. I mean, 122 times normal, but look at the absolute volume, only a million shares, and it's up 46%. Launching agentic AI workforce area to capture the $32 billion global real estate software market by 2033. And they won every single penny of that 32 billion. Classic PR, guys. We're in a sector that, potential of 100 billion. The BRAI, I think that's the one I'm talking about. Stocks unhinged. Oh, well, I don't know now. BRAI, I'm just talking about this one now. We were talking about VEEE. I don't know if that's the one you're meaning. Oh, AURE. Yeah, I was just talked about AURE. Yes, through the VWAP at the VWAP area. I mean, SkyQ, I know it's on our AI. It's got a little bit of room. Okay, SkyQ, SKYQ. It's got a little bit of room. 439 is the next high looking left. Speaking of that, or speaking of how is the trade of the week? Did it trigger? The trigger was 801. It did not trigger. No, it did not trigger. I hear it was 791. Remember, I don't know if it triggered in the pre or got to 801 in the pre-market, but I don't think it did. So far, it has not triggered. Well, I guess AGEN was the one, guys. Just keep, I did not take it. Not enough room. JLHL, guys, doing its thing again. JLHL. Okay, so the high last week was 1779. That is the high 17. That's about the same as Friday's high. So JLHL doing its thing again. Wide spread, typically 1206, 1230. Very, very volatile. Low float. Okay, QTTB, guys, hanging around the VWAP. Okay, QTTB hanging around the VWAP, still up 68%. Maybe this is going to get going. 1887, 1895 bid ask, not terrible. The high in the pre-market was up here at 23. You know what? This could be really interesting on a 19 break for QTTB. This is it's on an all-time high, but I'm looking, just have to look. Okay, we had some, what's the price? 18. So this month here, back in December of 2024. They had a huge spike up to 28. So there's really not that much resistance. Oppenheimer raises target price to 40 from 20. Wells Fargo also is raising their, this is their patchy hair loss study. So good news for the company in terms of their drug so far anyway. Keep an eye on this one. Now 19 break could really get it going. I'm going to put a price alert on 1919. See if it gets up there. And that is for the QTTB. All right, guys, it's almost 10 o'clock. Another minute or so, I'm going to go over my homepage, information you can find, including all the scans that I'm currently sharing. SkyQ's on the move a little bit, guys. I mean, there is a little bit of room, okay? 441. So there is a little bit of room before it hits that next high. Okay, guys. Well, I'm still not in anything. Probably here's the BKSY. Let's take a look at BKSY just over the whole number. See if there's anything in. But look at that, right into the, well, at least the 200-day moving average is about 50 cents, 40 cents above it. Yeah, PSNL just doesn't have enough room for me. The next high is about 40 cents away, so it doesn't have enough room for me to take it. Had the next high been up here, in the 1530s, I might get interested. It's just over the VWAP right now, PSNL. Well, SkyQ is doing it. I didn't take it. It's from our AI, and yeah, I mean the next high looking left is getting close to that next high, 439. All right, guys, it is now 10:01. And so what that means is I'll be putting my homepage link in. I'll show you the information that you can find on my homepage. Sorry. So I did test this promo code, and it still appears to be working. Just tested it about, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes ago. So this promo code is still working. I'm surprised. I thought it was going to end on last Friday night, but appears to be still working. So you can still get 30% off a premium annual subscription using Barry 30. Otherwise, if you don't want to take out a premium annual, you can get 25% off a standard annual or 25% off the first month only of a premium monthly or a standard monthly. Okay. So any questions about the code, just let me know. All I ask, please use my code. Whatever the code is, it'll change. My guess is not going to be around tomorrow. This was a July 4th code. But whatever the code is, please use it. If you're going to take out a subscription in sometime in the future, why? I moderate 2 trading rooms, the YouTube room and also the trading room right here. So the company tracks the use of the promo codes. And if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. It's really that simple. So if you're sitting in the trading room or the YouTube room right now, wondering what is this, it's free also. But some added perks. This room, the trading room, is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't do it. Obi does it. Thank you very much for doing that, Obi. I don't. I live in Vancouver. Too early for me, so that's why Obi does it. So 6:45. So if you want to come into a room where there's and you can interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. I get on the mic for both rooms at around sometime between 9 and 9:15. Boy, that AGN is just what a rip. Now, if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. How you trade it, if you trade it, is going to be up to you. Education. So a couple of reasons to click on the education section. So if you clicked on my homepage link, click on the education section, the more info. First reason, if you're just taking out a subscription, mandatory you do this, okay? The Getting Started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have a subscription, but you're wondering about it, is it the right program for you? What I would do, start off that second video, go to the end, should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try, okay? You can always try this for a month. If you don't like it, you can just unsubscribe. So before I would take out a subscription to anything, you should do this, okay? It won't take you long. 12 short videos if you're new, if you're just taking out a subscription. Otherwise, 11 videos just to give you an idea about what the program's all about. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos free. Okay, it's not going to make you an expert trader, but at least it'll give you an idea about how to look at charts. What is the chart trying to tell you? Chart reading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are, scans and races. So these are the 2 races that you see. The large cap gainers is right here. This race over here, the biggest gainers, is the volatile race. Halts resumes is down here. And I do have the daily trend reversals up. I do have that one up. I don't have anything else up though. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. I do have this other scans I'm sharing though. You can take a look at them if you want. So any questions about the scans, trade ideas in general? You can ask me questions all day long. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. Okay. Wow. Look at the SPCX guys getting close to that 135 IPO price. So again, both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day long. Boy, the bloom is completely worn off. And all the satellites, well, I don't know all of them, but probably most of them. I mean, 135. So this is now a lifetime low. Okay. And 135 is the IPO price. So ugly. Got as high as 225. 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks ago. All the hype about it. And the SPY has been pretty choppy, guys. Up, down, up, down. Well, I did not anticipate that QTTB would did it win a rate? Yes, it did. So I did not anticipate it was going to take this out. You can see it got very close at 1925, got close, did not do it. And that prevented me from looking at it, which I'm very glad. Well, I don't anticipate, I put a price alert. I don't anticipate it's going to happen. I let it happen. If it doesn't happen, saves me a lot of, saves me money. So now QTTB doesn't look that great. Maybe later. It's not a low float. 19 million, certainly low, but it's not one of the crazy low floats. Boy, AGEN. What's the float again in this one? 41 million. Again, it's not crazy low, but boy, that was a drop down to 680 and then right back up to 770. Could be right, William. I'm going to put a price alert down there. SPCX. Let's put a price alert down there at the 135 level. Let's see. I'll put it at 135.50. See if it gets close to that 135 level. Look at SkyQ now. I mean, yes, I mean, you could have made a little bit of money taking from the AI, but I mean, it's getting, I mean, what did we get up to? 434 and now down to 370. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors now. Okay, we looked at them about a little over half an hour ago, just before the 9:30 open. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, Dock Channel Bar. Click on the Show More. All of these are theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the Show More and get down to the sector status. And now let's see what's happening. A little over half an hour into the market and see if we're still looking at so XLE still the top sector. Okay, energy. Here's OIH. Staples, consumer staples is a positive sector. Interesting, 52% are positive. The market is the market is not down a lot. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. What's the worst sector? Oh, NLR, silver, SMH. Okay, NLR, of course, the nukes. What's the volume? Always like, still no volume. The nukes and quants. I'm sorry, the nukes and uranium. Excuse me, nukes and uranium stocks. And that is NLR. All right, now let's take a look at what some of the top performing stocks are in a sector and what some of the worst performing stocks are in a sector. See if we can find a big percentage move in something, one of these. No, not bad. Dollar General is that. Well, that's why Consumer Staples is up a little bit. Dollar General at 4.4%. Conagra. So most of the stocks are up for the day, 91%, but there are some down. Let's see if there's any. No, nothing devastating though. Same thing with retail. Dollar General is in both, I guess, staples and retail. But what in retail, is there anything devastating? Not really. When I say devastating, I'm looking for a big percentage move down. Really, like in other words, would have been really bucking the trend of the sector? Don't see anything. Materials, there's Mosaic. And what's the worst one? Again, nothing. I'm looking for something like a big percentage drop. You know, so I don't really see anything that interesting in any of these. But some of you, this might be all you. This may be how you use trade ideas. You go to the sector status every day. You check out the top stock in a sector, the worst stock in a sector. You don't have to necessarily look at every sector, and just figure out a way to trade them. AURE. Okay, I know I mentioned it earlier. It doesn't have enough room now. 220 is the next high. It is showing up in the trend reversal scan, but for me, it's just too close to that next high in the weekly chart. So cannot take it. AGEN is still, and it's not shortable for me. I looked earlier. This is not surprised. I mean, it's a big, fairly, not a crazy low float, but it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. I'm just the QTTB, the best I can say about it now, a big bottoming tail, and it's trying to reclaim 18. G Fuzz. Never seen this. Is this a blank check company or something? GFUZ. It just started trading. Looks like this is when you look at it, looks like an IPO, but it was trading in the pre-market. So I think what happened here, this is a blank check company that turned into this. A lot of volume, 4 million, 4.5 million. Mattel, this could be interesting if it's got room. Doesn't have room. I mean, if it gets to 1423, then the next high is almost 15 from Mattel on the weekly. But, look left, there's all sorts of areas it could stall on the daily. So too bad. I mean, I like it in terms of it's just over the VWAP. It's over the whole number. It's a big float, so it's not going to be, terribly volatile. But for me, it just doesn't have enough room to run. These next highs, when I talk about the next highs looking left, doesn't necessarily mean, of course, it's going to stop there, but yeah, after that big pop from MetU, 2866, now down to 27. I tell you, if this takes out 27, I may have to short it. 2694. Okay, guys, it just took out 27. It's just hanging under 20, underneath 27. Twenty-six 98, 20, it's right at 27 now, right at 27. Right at, okay, I may have to, if this gets like 26.85 again in that area. Okay, guys, I'm continuing to watch this. It's just hanging around the 27 mark. I'm going to put a price alert down here on 26.89. I want to see if it really takes that out. Well, I have no, if you're asking me what I think about Netflix in terms of that they have earnings on Friday, and do I think they're going to be good or bad? Of course, I have no idea. I don't trade earnings. Okay. I mean, I wait for its company to have earnings but so I really don't have, I have no special insight into what's going to happen. I mean, they're saying that Netflix shares are trading higher after KeyBank maintained its overweight trading on the stock, but lowered its price target from 115 to 92. So, but if you're asking me what do I think is going to happen when they release earnings, I don't have any idea. All right. Well, yeah. So I really just sort of concentrated on MetU. What's the spread like? And not bad. So it's a one-time bear for Meta, but I've more concentrated on MetU to short it as opposed to buying MetD. There's certainly a lot more volume in MetU, because it really doesn't make any difference. You know, a lot more volume, 2.6 million. Spread's the same. You know, well, good spread in both. Just hanging around that 27 mark. What do you think's going to happen to LOA? You know, in terms of Netflix's earnings. I'm talking to LOA in our YouTube room. I never take a trade during, like, if it's going to release earnings. I don't take a trade. I'll wait for the earnings to happen. I might trade, and I'll trade it the next day if I like it. But I do not hold this. I guess better phrase. I do not hold the stock through earnings ever. Now, some of you, if you do, and you've got a way to do it, and it's been making you money, keep doing it. All right, guys. Let's see if MetU works here. I'm short MetU. If it's anywhere close to that 27 again, I'm out. But I want to watch this. All right, let me put a price alert down here, 2680, see if we can take that out. Now, I don't expect a big move. So I could have bought Met D, but I shorted Met U, okay? Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't expect like a major crash in it or anything, but I'd like to see it get into the low 70s, into the maybe the 60s. A lot of it too. I mean, the market will have some effect. It was already moving down before that, but I mean, the market continues down. That should help it a bit. It's popping here. Basically, just kind of where I shorted it. So I'm going to hold on just a little bit here. Like to see the market move down a little bit. And I have this one thumbnailed, okay? I mean, I have it on another monitor in case you're wondering, well, why don't I have Met U up here? I'll put it up, but I have it on another monitor. Well, you know what's coming back up, guys, is that QTTB. QTTB is coming back up. It's going to challenge that. Well, it's challenging 19. Okay, challenging 19. So this is what's got me worried. I mean, the fact that we're putting in a green bar in the market, and I don't want to see that if I'm short Met U. So all right, guys. Well, QTTB over the. Okay, just okay, guys. Now this is a scalping thing for me. Okay, QTTB. I mean, the spread was not great, and I feel like this is just a scalping thing for me. I'll look at it again if it gets back up over 1940. That was quick in and out for me. Quick in and out. Yeah, so I didn't like the way the market was going, and if I'm short Met U, so all right, well that covered. Now QTTB, I'm going to take a look at it again, maybe at 1940. The high was 23, so I mean, traders are looking at this and saying, wow, okay, it had a pop 23 in the pre-market. What time was that? That was 7 o'clock Eastern time. Meanwhile, yeah, so V triple E has been halted again. How about the MI? What's this one doing? MI got halted on the way up, and it no, this did not get up to 433. Or did it? Is this the one that did? Or is this, well, it's probably not. It was reverse split adjusted. 178,000 in the float. Ridiculously low. Mm, yeah, I mean, I know I put the price alert here for QTTV. Boy, the spread's okay. I'm gonna hold off though. I mean, it is very. What's the spread? The float 19 million. I mean, it's low, not like the sub 1 million, but trade of the week. The trade of the week triggered. Okay, butterfly. Hmm. See, personally, I would. I mean, there's a high right there at 811, another high at 809. There's a high right there of 838, but it may not matter. I mean, this is the trade of the week. Free. You can sign up for it. Wow. Never got into this one. I mean, arguably you could have. Well, again, that flow, 520,000 in the flow. You had to be so careful, but you see what it did? Pulled back into the VWAP. VWAP for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 25 minutes sitting around the VWAP area. VWAP held it, acted as support, and then it just moved off that VWAP. Wow. So we had a couple of runners. We had the AGEN, which is now finally starting to drift down. I don't have shorts for that one. So look at the QTTB now. Am I going to beat myself up? No. I mean, do I wish I still had it? Of course. But I'm not going to beat myself up because, I mean, it can be so. It was pretty whippy when I got in and I got out very quickly. It was about a 8-second trade. Am I going to beat myself up? Okay, I'm going to start beating myself up now. Look at that now. 2048. Well, they didn't earlier. Maybe they've appeared then. AGEN. I didn't see them earlier. Oh, okay. There has been some appearing now because there were none earlier, but now there's 63,000. Okay, it's too late for me now to short it. I would have shorted it if I had available. Now there's the VWAP. Maybe it'll VWAP act as a magnet. So there must have been obviously some short covering within Interactive Brokers. You can see how this number is changing. We just don't want to do it now. So I mean, this is in the daily trend reversal. Okay, the QTTB at 2012. Um, very volatile though. And remember what it's looking for a stock that was down at least 5%, closing down at least 5% the day before and up today. Well, who knows? You get that challenge of the pre-market high, 23. Man, not shortable for me, of course. I didn't. What am I saying? There are shorts available. I can't believe it. Interactive Broker. Not that I necessarily want to try to short this one, but there are shorts of a lot of them. 777,000 available at Interactive Brokers. Tricky though, very tricky. The fee rate is nothing horrible. I'm surprised. You see, SpaceX got down to a little underneath 138, popped up to 140 briefly, but looks like it's. I mean, it got into the VWAP. That looked like it acted as resistance on the way up, and now we're starting to fall again. It got well, actually, yeah, it got down to 137.69. Looks like on the low, just a couple of little over $2 to 269 over the IPO price of 150. Well, sure, it would have been a great short QTTB, but pretty. It's just tricky. I don't. I'm surprised there are so many shares available. Interactive Brokers. Okay, so I see that there were, see how they're being snapped up now at Interactive Brokers? There were 66,000, I think, the last time we looked. Now there are 28,000. This is at Interactive Brokers, so they're being snapped up. Well, that's up to you, Ahmed. I'm not telling, I can't tell you where you should cover your shorts. I mean, the VWAP's down here. You have to have a plan, right? I mean, 627 is the VWAP. I mean, it's possible that that could act as support, but I'm not saying it's going to get down there. Okay, well, met you. Am I going to go long you now? Met you, METU, hanging over the whole number. So, I mean, Ahmed, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but when you get into a trade, you have to have an idea of, areas you may want to get out. Okay, either get stopped out, of course, but you have to have, you shouldn't rely on me or anybody else to tell you, and I certainly can't. I'm not a financial advisor. I wouldn't want to say you should get out now and then it drops another dollar. But if I were short, I'd be probably trying to follow the wave down as much as I could. And I'm just aware of the VWAP, as I said. Aware of the VWAP. You might want to. I mean, I don't know if you have the wave on your charts, but you go to a 2-minute chart and you can see now there is an orange wave. So, you might want to, but it's, there's, looks like it's trying to consolidate here. If it broke down through 735, that would be excellent. Well, I don't have shorts. I am not shorted. If I were short it though, I'd still be in it. I mean, I probably would not have covered anything, depending where I'm short. If I shorted just underneath 8, and I'm still in it. I'm following that wave, but I would probably go to a 2-minute wave, because now I know it has transitioned to orange a little bit. But key area right there, that 733. I mean, you can see on a 2-minute, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 12 minutes. Try to get through that level. So will that hold it? If it doesn't, then man, I mean, you could. I'm not. I don't think it's going to get down to. Well, it could get down to the VWAP, but I'm not in it. So, but remember, it's a very strong stock too. Very obviously. So you're going to get people finally looking at a bounce. Man, This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, VEEE. Look at that float, guys, 520,000 in the float. All right, you know what? Let's go over this race right here. This is a very exciting race today. Like most days, this is a very exciting race. Before I go over the race, though, I want to just put my homepage link in so you can take a look at the guide as a reference for the race. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. If you go down to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here is our user guide. If I've expanded it enough, you should see TI stock, right there we are, TI stock racing. So everything I'm going to talk about is covered in this section in the user guide, okay? So it's a good reference for you. If you do get interested in constructing your own race or taking my race and modifying it, so everything I'm saying, customizable, including I'm running a 4-minute race. Okay, it's customizable. You want to run a 3-minute race, a 5-minute race, a 10-minute race, whatever you want, you can do it. I'm running a 4-minute race. So what do these percentages mean? That means that since the race started, V has moved 17%, now 18%, now 15%. Obviously, you know, as it moves up and down, this percentage is going to change. So that's what that means. Okay, that's what these percentages mean. If it maintains its leadership in here, it'll win the race. You can see that VEEE has won 11 races so far. That's what those numbers beside the stock symbol mean. How many races a stock has won since I loaded the race. Now I loaded my race at around 8 o'clock, 5 o'clock my time, I think it was. So yeah, around 8 o'clock Eastern time. So that's when my race started to run, and that's when my race starts constructing a top 10 list. Notice there was a top 10 list in both of these races, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Okay, so that's number one. So if you see a stock leading a race, of course, click on it. This interesting one, this LGPS, I did mention it in the pre-market. It's one of the few earnings plays, just a cheap earnings play. Oh, we have 22 seconds. So will V hold on? Will it hold on? Opposition. I might as well just wait for the race to be over. Another 13 seconds. Get it on the chart. See what's happening. You know, it's starting to pull back just a little bit, but it's still, since the race started, it is still up the most, and it won the race. Okay, so we see how that 11 turned to 12. So a few things. You don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on a symbol. You know, click on it. If it's leading a race, click on it. See what's happening. And when I see what's happening, what is the chart trying to tell you? And again, you know, Trade Ideas, fantastic program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. Generates ideas for you based on, you know, your set of parameters. But if you click on a symbol and you're looking at a chart and you have zero idea about what it's trying to tell you, you better take a look at number one at the Back to Basics, that free series of videos, 15 of them, because if you don't know what the chart is trying to tell you, Trade Ideas is not going to help you. Now, what the chart tells me here might be different from somebody else, and that's fine. Okay, we all have different ways of looking at the charts, but you have to have some idea about, once you sort of develop your own trading style and you say, yeah, I like what's happening, I'll take the trade. And how to do that? Well, you've got to practice. You don't, if you're just starting out, you know, that's why we have a simulator. You can practice in our simulator. Uses our real-time data. You can take trades in the simulator and practice trading. So you don't have to wait for a stock to be at the top. Also, anything you see in here, click on it, see what's happening. Let's take a look at the glue, GLOO. You see, the reason I clicked on it, just over the whole number. Certainly a lot of room on a weekly chart, and on the daily chart, not bad, 341. So you may have looked at this and said, wow, it got close, it got close into the VWAP, that purple line, maybe acting as support. Maybe it'll bounce off that and maybe have a run. You don't know for sure that's what's going to happen. And to be honest, it's a choppy looking chart. I'm not saying this is beautiful, but but you see a GTM. Let's see what's happening with this one just over the whole number. It could be interesting. Held the VWAP, okay, GTM. But look left. For me, I can't take that trade. Why can't I take it? Well, if I look left, there's too many areas where it could stall. Okay, so I can't take the trade. Doesn't mean it's going to stall here, but that's just the way I trade. Anything that's one erase, click on it, see what's happening. Let's take a look at Mimi, just out of curiosity. Let's see what Mimi is doing. So you don't know until you click on it, but Mimi could have been coming into the VWAP. It could have been still above the VWAP, maybe basing a bit at the VWAP, that purple line, maybe acting as support. Till you click on it, you don't know. Take a look at, well, the Sky Q has been all over the place. Yeah, I mean, I don't like trading this one. I mean, it is a very volatile one. Look what it did, got up to 435, all the way back down to 371. But, I mean, some of you might look at this and go, I don't care. I like the way it's holding the VWAP. Depends where you put your stop and you take the trade. It's up to you. So why are these stocks showing up, though? Why are these stocks showing up? And you can see they're very different from, these races are very different. I mean, the whole concept of racing, exactly the same. Top 10 list, there's a leaderboard and all, but the makeup of these two races is very different. So why is that? So if I right click in the body of this race, and one of the options is open the top list. So all races start from a top list window. Notice if I right click in this top list window, launch real-time stock race. Okay. So all races start from a top list window. It may have bottomed out, SDOT. Okay. So what I've done is I've sorted on the change from Friday's close. Typically yesterday's close, the last trading day, so that would be Friday. So VEEE has moved 244%, AGN 125%, etc. Okay, but again, why are these stocks showing up? Because in my top list window, this is what I want to see. I want to see stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, traded to up 2% from the previous day's close. Okay, that's what I want to see. And so that's why I have this list of stocks in here. So a top list window, and it can still be used like this. You want to see the stocks that are up the most today, down the most today, up the most in the last 5 minutes, up the most or down the most in the last 10 minutes. So long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. Of course, I've got the change from the close. If I want to find the stocks that are up the most from its opening trade of the day, which is the change from the open, here's AGEN, 41%. Kishore, I'm going to give you, I'm going to interrupt this. I just want to give Kishore something. You might like it better, the process of finding stocks like this, okay? I'm going to load from the cloud. Stocks like this template. Okay, I'm going to share it with you. Okay, I'm going to open it so you can see what I'm looking at here. So the stocks like this template looks, this is what I've got. You can put as many different filters as you want. And so, for instance, you're looking at MQ, okay? So if I right click, configure, and symbol list, click on symbol list, and single symbol, you want it, this is a drop-down menu, pick the single symbol, now put in MQ, okay, as an example, okay? Now, as long as you don't mind the trigger, I mean, you can put whatever trigger you want, but I'm gonna put a new high of the day. I'm gonna say, okay. So here it is, but now this is click on the history of today. Now you're gonna see what the filter values were at all sorts of, better than the stocks like this because it only looks every 5 minutes, okay? So you can see what the filter values were for MQ, right at 9:30. You can see what the volume was, the gap, and all. So that's the whole idea of trying to create a scan. You look at something and say, well, I wanted to see that at 9:44 as an example. Well, there's your volume. What was the relative volume? I mean, it's not, but this is, here are all the filter values. That's basically what the stock like this does. Shows you all the filter values at the time of when it triggered for you. Okay, make sense? Now, again, all these filters, these are just what I put in. You can put whatever filters you want up here. These are just, you right click. Well, wait a minute, right click. Does that make sense? Okay, good. Because it is advanced. I mean, most people don't do this, but if I go to configure and then click on Windows specific filters, so I can, this is all I've done. I've added all these different filters. You may not care about all of them, but you may have some, you might look at this and go, I'd rather have some other filters in here that you can see then what the filter values were, okay, at the time of whatever time you thought you wanted to see the stock. Okay. Well, if it doesn't show up at 10:15, yeah, so it did not make a new high, okay? Obviously at 10:15. I mean, you could do a new 5-minute high, okay? Yeah. I mean, that's going to be up to you, okay? Now you'll get a lot more alerts, of course, but you'll see if you want to see a new 5-minute high and you know the time you want at 10:15. Let's just see for argument's sake. And people, if you're watching this, don't think you have to learn this, okay? This is something that's, I would call that advanced. So let's just do this, new 5-minute high. And now we'll do the history and see what happened at 10:15. There you go, 10:15. Okay. So at 10:15, when you wanted to see it, these were the values of the filters that I've got. Okay. So the idea of this is for those listening, the idea in theory is that you could, if you said, you know what, I wouldn't mind seeing stocks like MQ if they can do the same thing. And so you sort of see what were the filter values, okay, when MQ triggered at 10:15, if that's the interesting time for the stock to trigger for you. And you can see what the filter values were. And then you can start to construct your own alert window with these filter values. Again, it's an advanced topic. So getting back to the race. So these are the symbols that are showing up because, this is my price range I'm looking at, minimum volume, etc. So for sure, in the race, you're going to see these ones probably all day long, all these four all day long because they're active. They're super active. I mean, this one, VEEE, is trading 1,000 times normal up to this time of day, 728 for AGN, etc. So of course you're going to see them all day long because they're going to be active. But what the race doesn't care where the stock is in this. Look at Peloton down here. That's an example. Did it move up? No. So it doesn't care where the stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is, since the race started, what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. But again, because VEEE and BRAE and some of the other ones, you're going to probably see all day long in this list, just because they're so active. Traders are trading them all day long. But doesn't mean that something down here, here's Sono as an example. I'll just use it as an example. Sono's up 4%. But what if, for whatever reason, Sono all of a sudden started to move? It was up 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list of stocks. You would see it here. But you're not, unless you stared at a list of stocks, but that'd be crazy to do all day long. Try to figure out what stock is moving up. So that's what the race does for you. Okay? This race, a little bit different. Only in that it has a different set of filter values. Notice how few stocks there are compared to this race over here. Same principle, I can sort on the change from the close. So PBF, Mattel at the top here. But why are there so few? I right click and click on configure and the summary. So, I have a different price range I'm looking at, 10 to 70, but virtually, the 200,000 shares minimum, 2% from yesterday's close, they're the same. But I want a market cap of at least 500 million, a minimum float of 50 million. Those two filters, not here. But this is the major one. The position in days range, that's what this icon refers to. And I've got 95 in the min. If I put 100 there, that would mean the stock is basically right at the high of the day. If you take a daily candle, it'd be right at the high. So at 95, it's pretty close to the high. And that's what I want to see in this particular race. This list just expanded. This is not a static list. Neither is this, but this is not a static list. In other words, this is not it for the day of the stocks you're going to see. Stocks will come in and out of this list all day long as they meet the filter requirements and then stop meeting the filter requirements. Okay? So this list here, if I were starting out trading, I would probably pay more attention to this sort of a race than this race. Even though this race is a lot of fun, you're going to get the big percentage movers up, but you can get the big percentage movers down. You get a stock that moves up, then all of a sudden just completely gets a rug pull and moves down a whole bunch, a big percent. This one, not as much. It's a lot less volatile. In other words, these stocks here are more volatile. I'm not saying you'll never get big moves here, but less volatile makes it a little more on a, I don't want to say easier, but just less volatile, okay, to trade. Same principle though. Click on a symbol, see what's happening. Here's the PSNL, it's coming back into the VWAP. Maybe that's going to hold it. And it'll have a very different look because all these stocks are going to be near the high of the day. When you're seeing them here, doesn't mean just because they won a race doesn't mean they're going to. So let's take a look at Conagra, CAG. Let's see what it's doing. Great example. Here it is. It's pulled back into the VWAP and it may be trying to hold as acting as support. Or maybe it's going to plunge through it and you could look at this and go, well, I'm going to short it. The VWAP, it tried to act as support, but maybe it's going to plunge down through it and maybe you short it. Obviously you have to have some trading experience, but the way but it may be holding the VWAP. It may be holding it and, it's a fairly strong stock. Maybe it's going to hold the VWAP and then start to move. The high of the day was 1450. So again, if you want these races, they're on my homepage. Now, the only thing I'll say is, now, please listen carefully. If you load my race, either of these two races, right now, or you've loaded it as I've been speaking about them, don't think you've done something wrong because you might say, well, how come I'm not seeing your top 10 list? Your top 10 list will be developed from the time you load your race. So right now, we call it 11 o'clock Eastern time. That's when your top 10 list will start to develop. Remember now, I loaded my list at 8 o'clock, or I loaded my race at 8 o'clock. Okay? The other thing is that when you load my race, if you load it in the pre-market, it's not going to start. It's not going to stop. You're going to start working. Now you can make a change to it if you want. When I put these two races on my homepage, quite a while ago, I had decided that I only wanted my race to start at 9:30. But I changed that, and here's how you can do it if you want. So if I right-click in the body of the race, I'm going to duplicate the race, okay, because I don't want to stop the race. I've duplicated the race. Now I'm going to stop it. If I click on the square, that'll stop the race. Okay, all in red now. If I right-click now on the body, right at the very top, show the race setup. So there are a couple of things you can do here. I get this question a lot too. I'm running a 4-minute race. Well, you can run it whatever time period you want. There's nothing magical about 4. I picked 4 and I've stuck with it. Okay. But you can run a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, whatever you want. But this is what I'm talking about. If you can see what I'm doing here, if you loaded it, it would say auto start. Oops. Well, I'll stop it. I don't want to do. I don't want to. So if I check that auto start at time, that's what's checked for you. And notice it says 9:30. That's Eastern time. Okay. Auto start at time. And that's what I had checked before. Now I've got auto start unload, which means whenever you load trade ideas, your race will start. So, I mean, if you're loading it in the pre-market, it'll start running. If you loaded it at 10 o'clock, maybe you're not doing anything until 10, that's when it'll start. So auto start unload, that's what I have checked now. So this will work in the pre-market, during market hours, and also in the post-market. So you can run your race all day long, from pre to normal to market hours to post if you want to. But again, I reiterate, what's nice about it, it creates a top 10 list for you. So even if you're new to trading, it develops a list for you that you can watch all day long without, flitting around and, all sorts of different stocks. You can just concentrate on a list of stocks. And even if you're, a veteran trader, this might be interesting for you just because it'll create a watch list for you every single day of stocks that you might want to follow based on your parameters, of course. The fact that, I've got my parameters running this race, you can always change them. And I'll just show you also, because you don't have to create a top list from scratch. And hopefully, again, this makes sense. Here's my top list that I'm using. So you could create your own top list, of course, with your own set of parameters. Your own set of parameters. A different price range, a different maybe minimum volume. Maybe you don't care if the stock is up 2% from yesterday's close. If you have trading experience, add some filters that you like into your top list, and then you launch the race on it. Right click, launch the race on your set of parameters. But let's just say you wanted to take this race, and so you don't want to start with a new top list. You don't have to. If you right click on my race, I'm going to click on duplicate and see the little gear here. If I click on the gear, here's quickly how I can make a change to, say, the price range and the minimum volume. If that's what I wanted to do very quickly, I could click on advanced though also. Now I'm going to see the other filter that I'm using, the stock up 2%. If you wanted to change that or get rid of it or add your own filters that you like, you'd say, okay. Let's say you did that, and then you start the race. So now you didn't have to create a top list from scratch. You could take mine and sort of modify it and then run the race on it. Anyway, all this is in the guide, okay? It's a lot to take in, but Meanwhile, I have to stop myself, but I can't. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. Anyway, here's V Triple E, guys. So we had three big runners this morning. Okay, the AGEN, the QTTB, and the VEE, which is not pulled back at all yet. Now the QTTB has been choppy, and now it's really pulling back. And the AGEN, I don't know if you're still in this short. Here's what I would have done. Right about here, I may have taken some off. I want to look at a 2 minute, but not all. See how that orange, see how beautiful. I mean, this is where we were talking about. This is when we were looking at it. So you may have taken, problem is you got in at 775 on the short. That might have been a bit of anguish. Okay. If you're in a lot earlier, you could have taken some off here, covered some, but not necessarily all, and then continue to ride it down. The problem is you're in at 775 and it got right there. So a little more challenging, just to kind of not sell anything or hold on. And now, what will AGN do at that VWAP? Okay, the VWAP is around 637 or so. What will it do? It's got a little bit of room, guys. It's AMIX got a little bit of room. The VWAP's up here at 688. It's down for the day, but trying to, little blue wave now is formed on the 5 minute. And again, anybody who wants to know how to get the wave on their charts, I think it's a fantastic visual presentation of maybe helping you keep in trades, get out of trades. So just let me know if you want the wave. It's part of the standard service. So you mentioned S dot a while ago, Obi. Okay, yeah, well, a little bit choppy right now. Not shortable for, oh, it is shortable. 12,000 shares. Remember I mentioned the Sono. Let's take a look at Sono. Mentioned Sono. Who knows? Maybe it'll start to move. It was just, but I wouldn't take it because I'm looking left, and I don't like. I was just using it as an example. I hadn't seen the chart, of course, but here's Sono starting to move. Katrina and the waves. Okay, guys, the waves. Okay, if you Kano in our YouTube room. So I'll show people how you can add the waves to your chart. So I'm going to demonstrate it on the daily chart because I do not have the wave on my daily chart. You can put the wave on any time frame you want. I just choose to have them on my intraday. Okay, but the first step is this. Is right click on your chart. Use browser interface must be checked. Must be checked. So right click on your chart. Use browser interface. Now, if it's already checked, don't. It's just a toggle on and off. So it's already checked. Great. Now you'll see the wave on this chart now because I've done it before, but notice up here, I'm not seeing the icons that you have to see. So what that means is you have to have the chart big enough so you see these icons. So if your chart is small like this, okay, you're not going to see the icons. So you have to at least stretch out your chart so you can see these icons. Now you can always minimize the chart to the size you want, but You have to make sure. So why do you have to see these icons? Because that's where you're going to activate the trade wave. So depending on the version of trade ideas you're on, if you look left of that little anchor there, there is the indicator icon. I'm going to right click on it or left click on it, sorry. And when I left click on it, TI wave shows up. I'm going to click on it. See, the wave disappeared. That's because this is another toggle on and off. So if I left click on it again and click on TI wave, it'll appear again. Okay, so that's a toggle on and off. Now, for some of you, you may not see this. It depends on the version of trade ideas you're on. You might see FX. Okay, FX. If you see FX at the top, then click on it. Left click on it, and then you'll see trade wave, TI wave again. Okay, and then you click on it, and that'll add the wave. So, any questions? Anybody who's following along? Now, and remember, you have to now at this point, once the wave is added, you can minimize it. You can minimize your chart again if that's what you want to do. The wave will remain, just that those icons will disappear. Now, you can also go to the channel. This is not going to show you how to add the wave, but it'll give you an idea about what the wave is all about. Okay. So if you click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Dock to Channel Bar, and then where it says Ripster Rippers, okay, Ripsters Rippers, click on that. There's going to be a video that pops up somewhere. Okay, it did pop up here. Sometimes it pops up on my other one. Okay, and the video, for me anyway, it starts. It starts immediately. Here's the video. It's about a 5-minute long video which explains about what the wave is all about. Now, if you don't see it, okay, again, it could be on another chart or another monitor depending on if you've got multiple monitors. It could be hidden. Okay, it could be hidden like this behind the channel. Okay, but it's there. You just got to find it. Okay, and then it's about a 5-minute long video which goes into the idea behind the TI race. Okay, or sorry, TI wave. Okay, guys. So AGEN may have found a little bit of support in this area. I mean, it's still well above the VWAP, but it got close to the VWAP. Okay, and maybe that has found some support. If I were, for me, I would like to see that orange turn to blue. Okay, remember the blue is strong, but see how parabolic it got. When that wave gets really fat, that's when you have to start thinking, it could be a lot of profit taking starting because that wave is getting fat. That's how I look at it. So, I mean, if I were in the trade right here at 687, it'd be great. The fact that it got up here, but I'd be probably taking some off. If I were in the trade way down here, you know, I may not take off that much. But I would certainly be taking some off the minute it starts getting parabolic. Now, if it takes out the VWAP here, I mean, it could really collapse again. The price alert right there. See if it gets close. Let's see if the VWAP actually holds it. If it gets close, acts as support. All right, guys, and the V triple E. So that's what I'm talking about. I mean, this is awesome. At $29, but look, within a I don't even know, probably within a 1 minute period, it dropped $6. So now, and that's the first. Well, I had a sort of what I would call a managed pullback into the VWAP here. Little pullback here, but this is a pretty this is a pretty deep pullback now, and very quick. Doesn't mean it's over completely, but didn't I look before and V triple E was actually shortable for me? No, maybe not. Maybe not. I thought I had a few shorts available. All right. Oops. Let me click on the symbol. Way easier to click on a symbol. It was never okay. Oh, QGen or not QGen. Oh, QTTB. QTTB. Yeah, you're right. That was the one that was shortable. All right. So here's AGen, guys. Now you know what? If it gets over 7, this could get on a run again. Okay. I mean the high up here was 870. So I put a price alert at 7 just to see if it gets over that whole number. Yeah, so the QTTB, that was the one. Let's see if there's still shares available. Yeah, a lot of them. A lot of them. 789,000. I'm surprised with that float. All right, thank you. I'm talking to a monitor. We have our okay, so it's at about noon Eastern, which is about 40 minutes from now. I'll be taking my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Chris Farley will take over for me. Steve will do tomorrow. Dan will not do his Wednesday thing, so there's nobody on Wednesday. Dan Merkham, the CEO, will not be doing his Wednesday YouTube stream, and Steve on Thursday and Andy on Friday. So that's the schedule for this week. Taking over for me in our YouTube room. Oh, I agree, William. I mean, it's a tough one. I'm just surprised there would be that many shares available. Interactive brokers. I have a bit of a bias against trying to trade this one. I know I traded this one weeks ago. Can't. I probably just found it difficult as an intraday trade. But anyway, the Sky Q is back over 4. The high of the day was 434. So there's a little bit of room. Wondering where CPIX is getting the cash to pay the special dividend that they announced. Okay, that's what William is saying. So let's take a look at CPIX. Declares a $1.50 share special dividend. Okay. Hmm. Meanwhile, QTTB, another not a okay. The pre-market high looks like up here, $23. Still, the only news I can see. Oh no, that's right. They this was a some kind of a hair loss drug. So Oppenheimer raised their target from 20 to 40. Nice to be a shareholder of this one today. Okay, VEEE, what is it doing? So it's found a little bit of a base here. Spread is never, I don't think the spread has ever been really good for this one all day. 58.89 right now. But of course, it moved $10, so that wouldn't have mattered. Boy, QTTB, 23, I think, was the high, right? In the pre-market, something like that, $23 approximately. Wells Fargo also, I don't know if they put a price range. Oh, they've got a target of 66. So Oppenheimer put a target of 40. I mean, obviously, this is, and they've raised their target from 10 to 66 for this QTTB. Okay, it doesn't mean it's going to get to 66, doesn't mean it's going to get to 40, but this is obviously helping the stock today. News of their drug seeming to, and it's a late stage, I think. And you're getting some analysts piling into this stock. See if there's anybody else. Oh, is it phase 2B? I thought it was there was one that was end of phase or phase 3 then. I'm wrong then, sorry. Maybe it was the AGen. Was that maybe it was the AGEN that was phase 3. Phase 3. Well, it's a phase 3 trial, okay. So, if you had a race like this, okay, and you start using it for a few days, a few weeks, what you start to notice is that you see the similar stocks all day long. All of a sudden, you see something you haven't seen all day long. Really click on it because it may just be starting out, as an example, okay? And that, if you're looking at this race or even this one, I suppose, but more this one, because, this is the one that is going to give you the big volatile move. But, here's William's favorite stock, SECZ. But, you see the similar stocks all day long at the top here, but all of a sudden you see something. Wait a minute. I haven't seen that one today. Click on it here. Well, here's, you know, this is the trade of the week, guys. Yeah. I mean, it's been, it didn't listen to me. I wouldn't have taken it because not here. I may have taken it here, but there it is at 838. Okay. And so if it gets you that 838, it's got a ton of room. 926, almost $1 to the next high. So Steve will be in the YouTube room tomorrow. So assuming this bar flat, well, even if it doesn't, I mean, it triggered at 801. So if you guys, follow it like that and you took the trade around 801, I mean, you're doing well. How you trade it now is going to be up to you. In other words, are you going to take some profit? Or you're going to, these are designed for longer term holds, but it's up to you how you're going to trade it. But that's, to me, that's a big area. Okay, right now that high right there, a bigger area certainly was the 813 area, 811, 813. A couple of daily highs right there. But it didn't care. It blew right through that. Don't know if there's any news on this one. One of many favorites. Okay, how about that, William? I'm talking to William in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Let's see now. 11:30. So I have a half an hour until my break. So if you've got some questions, you can. Oh, here's Fig now. Fig just over the whole number. Okay, FIG over the whole number. However, the next high too close. Okay, on a weekly chart, too close for me. If it took out that 2340, look out because 2770. So what I'll do, I'll just see if it does it maybe today, maybe sometime this week. FIG, maybe it doesn't because then there's a ton of room on the weekly chart. Meanwhile, the SPY. So the SPY has been very choppy, just hanging just underneath the VWAP. I'm going to put a price alert just over the VWAP and see if it can take it out, maybe make a move. No disconnect now. The Dow's down a little, SPY's down a little, Qs are down. How's SMH doing? Another choppy, very choppy, but at least it's holding over the VWAP. So the semis are trying to recover a little bit. Now, Yum C may be turning into a short for me. Okay, guys, Yum C. There are shorts available. Yeah, 5 million. Why? Because it's getting down a little bit below the VWAP. Okay, a little bit below the VWAP. I mean, it's up two. Yeah, it's up 2%, but it's taking out that whole number, and the wave is now orange, and it's a little bit below the VWAP. I'm going to put a price alert around 44.90, 43.91. See if it gets there. Again, if I do it, it's not a recommendation for you to do the same thing. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, that's right. I was looking at this Yum C, a potential short, guys. Potential. I mean, it's not going to be not going to be a crazy one, even if it. I'm not expecting it to go down $2 or $3, but well, QTTB, and of course, it's won 4 races, so it's in this list right here. And it's trying to get back over that whole number 22. To put a price alert around 22.22. See if it gets back up there. The pre-market high is still up here, I believe, $23. What time was that? That was 7 o'clock Eastern time, 7 in the morning. $23 was the pre-market high. If it nowhere near a lifetime high, I think we looked over here, and the next high in a monthly chart is 28.27. Still have my account. Like we just bought a washer dryer there. And we're talking Best Buy. So yeah, so underneath the VWAP, Loop downgrades Best Buy with bullish view priced in. Loop Capital, Anthony Chukumba this morning downgraded Best Buy to hold from buy with an unchanged price target of 82. Okay. See, I would never do that, William. I would never do that but I don't see that Amazon is selling it any cheaper than at Best Buy. And the fact that if anything go wrong, I can just take it into my local Best Buy rather than having to deal with Amazon. Not that Amazon's pretty good about returns and all, but if I'm looking for a little more tech support, I will certainly go in and buy it right from the store. If you're talking about having to go to the store anyway, Gemini is my tech support. All right, guys, it's now 11:42. So in about 15 minutes, I'll be taking a break. So again, if you have any questions before I take my break, fire away. Not, yeah, I didn't think so. I thought I was wondering if this was shortable for me, but it is not. Never was, I don't think. BRAI, high of 1146, 865 now. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, though. Well, the AGEN is just hanging around, let's say I don't think it's going to be, I don't think it's over. I mean, we might have to wait a bit to see which way it's going to go. Well, I saw the EHGO and I did not take it from my, but look at it now from my reversal scan. I had said that, it can be very, very choppy, but This is the don't repeat version of the my scan, the trend reversal scan. So there was the alert at 2:18, 9:49 was the time, and got up to 2:57 through the VWAP. Yeah, I had a big sneeze, so I muted myself and forgot to put the mic back on. Anyway, EHGO guys, just I don't know when I started talking about this one again, but there was the original alert at 2:18, 9:49 was the time. I did not take it. I mean, here's the next high. I mean, it's just ripping. I mean, the next high is right here, 304. And after that, 323. Some wild days. And this looks like another one. Haven't seen this one for a while, guys. This sober. Is this SOBR? No, they had some news on Friday. Sober safe to shut alcohol monitor. Oh, I see. It's going to shut. So they're basically they're basically not going to do what they were geared to do. Oh man. So they're going to end the manufacturing of its sober check, terminate the software support needed, and end its corporate office lease by the end of July. So now they're just completely shifting whatever they're going to do and merging a business combination with its Clean World Ventures. I don't know what they do, but market is cheering that on. That was on the 10th though. Okay, this is not today's news. In fact, on the 10th, this is what happened. Falls 45% to 40 cents per share after announcing the wind down of operations. Excuse me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. You know what? I did take the sober, but I'm out of it immediately because the way it was trading, at a one, I think it was 111, 112. I thought it was going to get halted. It wasn't moving at all. It was other one. I can't remember 112, 113, and 111, 112. And I did not want to be in this halt. I did not, if it got halted. So I basically got out flat. I may take a look at it later, but and this is showed up on the daily trend reversals right at one. Well, it would have to be at least $1 because that's my minimum in here. But I did not want to take the chance it was going to get halted. 100 million shares have traded, 2.4 million in the float. Ooh, the BRAI really rebounded. Okay, over the VWAP now, guys. Over the VWAP. The VWAP's around 903, 914, depending on if you're using pre-market VWAP data. And the low float, 1.7 million in the float. All right, guys, AGEN is still hanging around, over the VWAP. You have to I've bracketed my price alerts either on the high side or a little over 7 or the low side just under the VWAP. So I've got this bracketed. William is in fuel cell 1922. Okay. Yeah, big drop. This has been such an active, fantastic stock on these 3 weeks anyway. Last week finally took some profit taking, I guess. I don't know if there's any other news on this one. Now sober is right back up, but I don't know. Just a little worried about getting in a halt situation with this one. I do not want to be. Now, yes, normally the first halt is okay. Well, actually, this would be the second one. Okay, it did get halted at 91, open at 97, through $1 now. NVVE, let's take a look at this one. I mean, it's been obviously last week got up to 2089, so very active last week. It is still active, just over the whole number. Low float, crazy low float, 516,000 in the float. Always have to deal with the spread with this one. 16. Well, that actually tightened. It was 1597, 1640, but it tightened up. It's 20 cents is still not great, but traders, of course, are looking at this 2082. That was fuel cell, William, a $21 secondary. Was that today? Fuel cell, FCEL. Oh, July the 9th. Okay, last week. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement up. Okay, Chris sometimes shows up a little bit early. I'm going to put my announcement up. The person who asked about the AI assistant, are you still around? I checked. It seems to be working. This is a long time ago. This was well 7:14 a.m. I answered, but I don't know if you heard my. I was 162 46601. Asked that question. So I'm just going to put my announcement on a break. Okay, back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. And also put the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over, listen to Chris if you'd like to. He'll be there within 5 minutes. Boy, that AGEN, guys, I'll be on a break. I'll be sort of at my computer, but it looks like it might want to take out 7. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, look at it. It's just hanging underneath 7. A nice little consolidation right around this area. You can see though, you get some volume and pops through. I could get it running again. The high of the day was around 868. So certainly a lot of room to that high of the day. Yeah, so I look left on this USDE. What I see are little areas where it could stall. So, otherwise, I mean, what did it get to a few days ago? Up to $8 USDE. I look like it started trading as USDE. This is the stable coin. I can't remember. I don't know if this was an IPO or a symbol name change or a SPAC that turned into this. When I look at the position and lifetime range, to me, it looks like it probably was a SPAC of some sort. Or no, it could have been a symbol name change, but it's at the low of its lifetime. I mean, again, guys, you got to deal with the spread. You want to try to trade this one, this NVVE. It's a very, very spready. And now, oh my gosh, look at that. I mean, in a heartbeat, this went from 1745 down to 15. Okay, guys, just waiting for Chris to show up. 11:59. SRXH. This just showed up on the trend reversal. So would I take this? No. Oh, wait a minute. The high is 325. This is interesting, guys. The next high is 325. Hard to see on this daily chart because they look looks sort of consolidation, but it's not really. So we're talking 232. The next high is 325. Now that's interesting. I have to watch this one because the trigger was, or the alert was at 231, which was which was Friday's high. That's so we'll have to do it again. The high today was 233. The high on Friday was 231. Let me expand this. You'll see it a lot better. All right, I heard a little pop. That means Chris is in our YouTube room, guys. So I will take a break in the main room. You guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Varley to our YouTube room, and one of us will be happy, and one of us will not be happy.
I'm always happy.
Why do I say that? Well, I guess, I'm going for England and you're going for Argentina. So
fair enough.
So one of us will come out of that game and going yippee, and the other will go, oh well.
I won't lie, Argentina is only an adopted team for me, and I won't be completely crushed should England be able to prevail.
Yeah.
So
I just feel sorry for England. I mean,
yes, it's the same.
They are a soccer mad nation too. I mean, everybody thinks it's only Argentina and Spain and those guys.
No, England is as nuts as they got.
Mad.
Yep, exactly.
They've got the best league in the world, and all that. So anyway, one of us will be okay. So it'll be sort of a win-win because I don't mind if Argentina wins also. So it'll be
the same for me. Like, yes, I want Argentina to win. I do, but again, I like Harry Kane. I like Bellingham.
Yeah,
I like that team actually. So
I like the way they play.
Exactly, and I won't have hurt feelings if they win it. That's for sure.
Okay. Well, that's good because I would not want you to have hurt feelings.
And same to you, Barry.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, I think now's the time to me to leave so that people are wondering what I tuned into this for stock talk, not soccer talk.
Fair enough.
I will leave.
All right. Enjoy your break.
See you in about an hour.
A little bit. All right, everybody. So Barry making his way to a break. I am settling in for the next hour or so here, as per usual. Open forum. I don't have any pre-done content. Rely on you folks to drive the content with your questions, what you're looking for with software, trade ideas. Whether you are here for the first time, trying to figure out what exactly is trade ideas, or you've been around for a while and you just want to converse some different things with some charts or scans, compare count windows, back testing, races, so on and so forth. Yes, stalker talk. Very good. I like that, trader. I like that. So again, don't be shy. Any questions, please get those in for me. Sorry, just typing out a response to something here, email, trying to help a user. All right. So, all right, first time here. Fire away if you've got questions. You're welcome, obviously, just observe. As usual, if nobody's asking any questions, you're all giving me the silent treatment. I'll do what I can to keep this informative and engaging. It does get a little difficult, time after time again, trying to come up with something to discuss. And so I do kind of go back to home base on the rounding the bases of different things to look at, just around the major indexes and sectors, so on and so forth. So as I will continue to say, come one, come all, and don't be shy with the questions. I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. Alrighty, nothing coming in. So I guess what the heck, we'll start and we'll round the bases on the indexes, and we'll start with the SPY. State Street's spiders. And, the weekly look here. That beautiful trend. Pullback. Back at it for a hot minute. Stuck in a range. We poked down under that range a couple of times, and we're near towards the top of that range again. I know we're down slightly today, but we are just one pretty solid day away from taking out all-time highs again, which were done back here in June, end of May, whatever it was, beginning of June. Hard to believe that is already a month and a half behind us, to be honest. Very hard to believe. So while, a lot of information networks or disinformation networks out there would have you believing that things are much worse than they are, bottom line is we're within shooting distance of all-time highs on the S&P 500. Very close shooting distance of that, as a matter of fact. It's not really a whole lot different if we were to look at the Qs representing the NASDAQ. Same thing here, really close, within shooting distance on the all-time highs there. And Dow Jones Industrials, represented by the diamonds, DIA. Last week, it actually made new all-time highs. Didn't close out on them, but made them. Kind of hard to, feel bearish looking at these charts. Turn on the news, it probably got all kinds of reasons for you to be bearish, but that's a mistake I don't make. I don't turn on the news. IWM, also looking pretty decent here. It's got a little bit of fade going on the last couple of weeks, but buyers and sellers are really battling more than either one of them having an edge at this point. So all important things to note. And at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is not what anybody tells you. It's what your eyes see on the charts. That is the only thing that matters. That is the only thing that counts. And that is whether it is looking at the indexes or an individual stock or sector ETF, so on and so forth. Price pays. Charts are the truth. Everything else is a wannabe. One thing I will note, and I'm going to start this off by saying I do not believe in sell in May and go away. That was without a question a thing for a very long time. Over the years, it has become less and less and less. There is certainly less volume in the summer months, certainly less volume. But we could also point to after about the first week of November through usually the first week of January, we mostly see volume start to take a tick down seasonally during that period as well. That period isn't exactly much shorter than the summer months of July, August. So also seasonally and traditionally, September is your most volatile month, all kinds of things like that. So with all that said, we are seeing a decline in volume so far, without a question. We could see that on the weekly chart. We could see that play out on the daily charts here as well. Without a question, seeing a decline in volume. And that's not just across the IWM, but I pull up the SPY again, representing, as I mentioned before, the S&P 500. We could start to see the weeks take a little tick down. This is just the beginning of this week, so we'll see what happens. But you see a little bit more here on the daily chart. But I just don't believe in sell in May, go away. There's so much action going on all the time. And if you got the right software and the right idea generation, you're going to find things like, well, if you're looking for the real high flyers, VEEE. I mean, what a move that made today, right? You're going to find these kinds of things here. Let's see. This got traded in a paper strategy I'm testing. QTTB. Yeah, so this was another high flyer here. It's still looking pretty strong at this point. So interesting stuff. Mike C, always kind with the words. Good to see you. Good to see you. I feel like I haven't seen you in a moment there. So again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. All right. So anyways, what else? What else is doing here, folks? I guess I don't want to look at sector ETFs. Do you guys want to look at sector ETFs? FIG? Yeah, let's look at different charts. All right, FIG. What we got going on here? Let me change this to a 5-minute chart because I'm going to guess you're talking intraday. 60-minute chart isn't really going to cut the mustard. So yeah, having itself a nice day here. Not anything crazy on the volume. Great liquidity. Absolutely great liquidity. But volume's not really much out of line. It has been some increasing volume as we've seen it trend up today. So it's a nice find. And look at, gapped up, came down, tested the gap, reversed right after that test. So good stuff on that FIG. FUBO. This is a TV, right? I think this is some kind of TV streaming. Yeah. Do a lot of sports on it, I believe. So also having itself a day here, not quite the liquidity we saw, but 1.1 million shares traded. It's nothing to shake a stick at, and it is doing about double what it's normally doing over a 30-day period here. So nice move up initially, came back, tested that 950 level, moved on up, tested the breakout, another breakout, and now it's pulled back again since then. So we'll see if it can hold itself. Is under a bit of pressure. So we'll see how that all works itself out. Do I buy leverage SPY ETFs? No, I don't buy. I don't buy anything leverage, number one, but I don't trade ETFs in general either. I like to look at sector ETFs, not sector ETFs and exchange ETFs, just for market pulse essentially. So yeah, no trading, no trading of the leverage ETFs. How do you know what volume to expect? There's no way to know what volume to expect. No, there's no such thing as prediction. Not in the market, anyways. I don't think there's prediction of anything, to be honest. But I can see the relative volume, for example, for the stock right now is at its current pace. If it keeps this up, it's going to do 2 times what it's normally doing over the course of 30 days. But I don't have any expectations of anything to do anything. There's a lot of if-thens, but that's more on price. That's price action for me, not volume action. As far as, I guess, volume expectations, you look at seasonality stuff. So, seasonally, you're going to see volume decline towards the end of June and through August. And you'll see volatility increase in September traditionally. And you'll see volume come alive through September, October, and the very beginning of November. And then unless there's some eventful reasons and things that are making headlines and waves and whatnot, as you start to approach Thanksgiving, you're going to see volume start to decline a little bit. Coming out of Thanksgiving, you'll see it pick up a little bit. And as you approach Hanukkah, Christmas, New Year's, you'll see it start to decline again. And then as you start to ramp into January, you'll see it pick up again. And the cycle will start itself again. So, seasonality, you're generally going to look for these things. I guess you could call it expecting them. I don't really expect anything. And I'll be honest, while I've only been doing what I'm doing in all this world here since, let's say, 2017, I've long since watched the market overall and had an interest and, had different investments or whatever you want to call it, through my 20s and whatever else. And so, I was around to watch I was in my early 20s when the dot-com bubble happened. I was further along, obviously, when, financial crisis went on and, just watch Brexit and all those things like that, and COVID, obviously. So there's little that would surprise me when it comes to the market. Expect to see something crazy is all you can say. At some point, expect to see something you don't expect. I think that's fair. Other things you could do to anticipate. I like that word better. To anticipate more volume is as you pull into earnings for a stock. Generally, you're going to see more volume around it, pulling into and out of earnings. You'll also see that with some dividend players, some of your more highly coveted dividend stocks. And you'll see volume start to come in before, the X date. So you can anticipate some things like that. Doesn't mean it will happen. But generally speaking, I think it's safe to say you could look for those items. So love the questions. Keep them coming, everybody and everybody. Don't be shy. fire some more questions at me, please. Of course, no questions come in. We'll look at, we'll pass some time waiting for some questions with the relative strength from the open on the left bottom here. So we'll look at this race and the winners, the top 10s here. Gonna go with the last winner, GLOO. Oh, something got this excited in here. Look at that, right around noon. Pretty off to the races since. Volume still sticking around pretty well. Shot itself over 1 million shares traded, and that definitely got the relative volume jumping around here to 24 3/4 on the smaller side of floats. 14.81 million in that float. Overall, stock looks like hot garbage for the long-term chart, but intraday wise, having itself a moment here right now. We'll see what it does going forward. And I see a question. I mostly watch the bars on the graph to see volume. Yeah, that's what I look at volume bars here, and I look at relative volume. And so I'll call volume as in the shares traded, your liquidity, how liquid a stock is. And I would call relative volume, I'd say the stock has good volume or bad volume based on that number in coordination with liquidity. Because, if you got a stock that trades 10 shares a day, that's all it ever trades, and then today it trades 100 shares, well, it's going to have a 10 relative volume, that's high relative volume. It's doing 10 times what it normally does, but it's not a liquid stock. So I use them in kind of combination with each other to make that inference of solid volume and liquidity or not. But that's, how I do it. Are you more of a pullback or breakout trader? I'm a swing trader. I don't intraday trade anymore. I was not an awesome intraday trader. I started off as a terrible intraday trader. I worked my way into being almost kind of sort of pretty okay at day trading, but the work, the effort, and everything else in it, I no longer saw the value of it. Swing trading was more up my alley. Just a better pace for my brain, my personality. I could take smaller share sizes. I could run with deeper stops based on support and resistance on daily and weekly charts, let positions work longer, so on and so forth. So what I like to look for is, let me see if I could, this one scan here, I'm going to put a pink X on this scan here on the relative volume column of the scan here, a couple of pink X's to indicate where I'm looking at. That's kind of one of my big go-to scans. So after the market closes later in the evening or very early pre-market, I'll go through charts on here when I'm looking to find new positions, and I'll create a short list of stocks that I begin to stalk. I like to, once I find chart setups that I like, I generally like to at least watch the stock 2 days, if not longer, before 3, 4, 5 days. See, formulate a plan and a setup and see if that plan and setup happens, and then get into it from there. So let me see if I can find some charts that I would like, because I would say like pullback necessarily. I don't like massive breakouts on a daily chart. Like, so for example, been watching this VRNS. I'm kicking myself now because I talked about the stock with this group here in this. I talked about it probably back here in May sometime. And I said, watch it as it's got this gap to fill right here. And it's gone on to do a good work in filling that gap. Of course, I did not take it. You can see it's on my liked list, but I'm kicking myself now. But I was involved in other positions, and you just can't take every trade, or I can't take every trade anyways. I don't have the capital to. And but something like that where yes, it sold off, but it had over many weeks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks or so, it had found its base and then started trending up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks here. And, it just looked like if it could get above this level that it was struggling with up here, which it did, might be able to start sucking itself up like a vacuum a little bit, and it has. So I like setups like that. Big fan of that. Hindsight trading, I didn't take it. I wish I did. I've been watching it since, so let's see, what does this say? May 21st. I told you sometime in May I started looking at it, right? There we go, May 21st. I even had the receipts to prove it. So that's a setup that I like to look for. Let me bring back that chart real quick. So, it's something I'm still keeping an eye on, but I have to reformulate what I want to do if I want to be in it. And, with this big week here and a couple of weeks like that here, if it just spent the rest of this week kind of consolidating up here and didn't move up anymore, and it stayed, let's say, above this last breakout level of, let's call it top of this candle. What have we got there? Come on. Okay, fine. I'll use the browser chart to do it. See what I care. If it stays above, let's say, I want to see it stay above 43.50. If it stays above 43.50 and it doesn't break out, it may be something I'd consider taking a shot at next week. So that's the kind of thing I'd be looking for on the daily chart side of things like that. Let's see if we find some other setups that I may like here. Now it's early in the day for me to really look at anything from the scan, but let's see what we can find. So I don't like stocks going down. Stocks got to not be going down in order for me to like it. So here's an example of another. Well, this is an interesting setup here. All right, this is an interesting setup. Long term, this is hot garbage right here. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks basing and starting to pull itself up above this level that it's at now. It's actually kind of interesting above this level here. It's got this little blip to get above right there. You can see that right there. So I'm very big in support and resistance, and that, that's my big look here. But it gets above and can kind of hold through this level here. You got a shot to grind towards this 14 level and then maybe up towards this level here before you see two different resistance areas possibly. So I'm not in love with it. I'm not going to like it. I'm not going to track it long term. But another setup that I don't, that I like. I do like the setup, just not enough. I feel there's probably better setups out there. I'm not really looking to enter any positions currently right now because I'm locked into what I have. Let's continue to go through some charts though, I guess, real quick. And then parameters for my top race windows. Give me a second there, Amber, and I will I'll go over those parameters. Bear with me one moment there. No, don't like that. And too close, not enough room. So looking at TripAdvisor here again, sure, we're moving up. We kind of consolidated through here a little bit, but we got that. We've broken out of that, but there's not a lot of room to this area here. I don't like the risk reward setup on this. It's too much overhead noise for me personally on that. Someone else may look at that chart and think it's a great chart. By all means, they should. If that's what they believe and they see something on it in their trading plan, that's what makes a market. I'm not in the business of telling people, oh, why are you looking at that stock? That's a terrible stock to look at. That's just a jerk move. It doesn't have any place as far as I'm concerned in this world that we work in. Nothing there that I care for. Nope. This is interesting. So again, we look at the weekly chart here. We're right up at that resistance area. And we can clear this. Got a little room up here up above 20. What is that going to be? 2150, give or take, 2140 in that range. One thing I'd be concerned is we make this run up, exhaust a lot of energy to get up here, right? And we pull back. Now, look, we pull back to this area here, right? So let me draw some lines, right? So resistance all the way here. We can't get above that. We get above it. We've come back down. We used a lot of energy to get up here. We tested this resistance as support and bounced off of it. But we bounced and we used a lot of energy to get up here again, and we still haven't gotten through that there. If we look back here on the weekly chart now, look how much resistance is really here, right? This resistance is what I'm looking at up here right there. And it has struggled to get through that level for a very long time now. Interesting nevertheless, though. And for full disclosure purposes, I lost a good amount of money on this stock a couple of years ago. Actually, it was right around this time of year in 2024, I do believe. I never forget. Never forget. Anyways, good times. All right, now race parameters. So for this race here on the bottom right, what I did was the underlying top list. Let's look at the configure together here. I said scan, I said top list. I want you to find me stocks where the price is 85% above the lower Bollinger Band. So I want to see stocks that are really moving up right now on a 5-minute time frame. They're between $2 and $30. This is when I was day trading. Trade at least 400,000 shares on the day, and I put an intraday volume metric in here just to make sure the stock was kind of consistently trading here and there. I didn't want stocks because when I first had created the scan, I didn't have an intraday volume metric like that. I was getting stocks that would trade like a block of 40,000 shares and didn't trade for 45 minutes, and trade a block of 5,000 shares, didn't trade for another hour, trade another block of 30,000 shares. I want to see things that are people actively coming in and out of. It doesn't need to be anything crazy. It doesn't have to see hundreds of thousands of shares over a couple of minutes or anything like that. I just don't want to be involved in anything that's just big block trades and that's it. I don't mind the big block trades, but it can't be just that. So that's why I put that in there. Then I said, once you have found those stocks, I want you to put the stocks that are up the absolute most from the open at the top of the list, which is exactly what it does. Those are all the highest from the open that meets the scan. Then I said, all right, race, now that you have the stocks that I want you to order them as well the way that I want them. So in the race setup, we've got based on change from open, sort on change from open in a descending order. So biggest at the top, smallest at the bottom. And we're racing on the change from open as a total. Stocks that are up the most from the open are going to win the race that are on that list. I chose to look at no more than 10 stocks because I like to keep a narrow pointed view of data. I cannot look at 50 stocks at once and try to make a decision. Not day trading anyways. At night when I'm looking for swing ideas, I can go through hundreds of charts, no problem. Take my time, a couple hours, make a mug of tea, some crackers or something, sit, relax. I very much enjoy looking at charts, going through, marking them up, talking in my brain and my head about what I do and don't like and why I would like it, what a possible if-then scenarios and all that. But when I was day trading, you stick 50 stocks in front of me, I'm trying to pivot fast, and they're moving fast, and I got to make a decision. I gotta get out or get in, and just too much, too fast. And so the races really helped me. 10 stocks, the 10 best stocks of what I'm scanning for. That's it. I don't want more than that. I don't need more than that. Anything more than that's noise. The rest don't matter. If they start to matter, they'll kick the other stocks out of the list, and they'll move into that list. And I picked 3-minute races at that point. And I picked 3-minute races because at that time I was using 5-minute and 15-minute charts on my day trading. And so 5 3-minute races was a 15-minute chart, and it was also 3 5-minute bars. And it just mathematically made sense in my head. I decided to never change it, even though I don't day trade anymore. I had no reason to change it. I'm not going to for now. And that's what I did there. That's that. That's the race. Have that race set up. Could you give us an update on my 5 picks? My 5 picks? 5 picks. 5. Oh, are you talking about the swing picks or whatever? Are you talking about this? Hold on. Doc channel bar. Are you talking about these swing picks here? You must be talking about this. I'm going to surmise you're talking about this, but please correct me if I'm wrong, if you're not talking about this. What did you say for 85% above the lower Bollinger Band? Oh, sorry, I didn't give my logic behind that. So John Bollinger, the creator of Bollinger Bands, originally created Bollinger Bands as a momentum indicator. Oversimplifying a little bit on this, but a break of the top band is momentum upside, break of the lower band is momentum downside. I am fully aware, before someone starts yelling at me, that a lot of traders use Bollinger Bands for a revision to the mean, meaning that a break of the top band, you're looking for it to have a revision back to the 20 SMA, which is the mean on it, because a Bollinger Band is 2 standard deviations above and 2 standard deviations below the 20 SMA. That was not the original intent of Bollinger Bands. John does use them himself like that now in different strategies and plans and so on and so forth. But the original intent of them was break upside momentum, break downside momentum, so on and so forth. And I was looking for a different way to find momentum stocks and try to catch them early. Always going to be head fakes like that. Sometimes you're early, sometimes it doesn't go at all. That's the way it happens. But that was the logic behind using the Bollinger Band on the 5-minute time frame for intraday and 85% above the lower. It was moving up towards the top band essentially, but I wanted to get it before it broke the top band. Sorry, to go back to the swing picks. So the swing picks are I don't pick these myself. I take the top 5 stocks that are rated out of a scan that a gentleman that used to work here created, and gentleman named Michael Noss. He had created what he called a strength alert scan. It's got a whole bunch of different metrics in it. I don't know what the actual metrics are for ranking the stocks. I know it has to do with like different position and ranges and some stuff like that. And yeah, so let me pull this out of the way real quick. So this is a strength alert scan. So over the weekend, I will look at what this has in it for the top 5 stocks on the top 5 scores. And I make sure that there's no inverse ETFs, no buyouts, bonds, or anything else that's not really tradable, anything like that. And then I take those top 5 stocks, I take them regardless of earnings are coming. Unless all 5 stocks are like financial stocks or all 5 stocks are energy stocks, they're staying in there. If all 5 are energy or all 5 are financial, I'll probably take the top 3 of those 5 and then look for the next 2 down that are not in that same sector and use those instead. I've only had that probably happen since I've been doing this once or twice at this point. And that's all I do, and then I take, I look at the chart, whatever the high was of Friday, that's the quote upside trigger that we want to look for that breaks out from Friday's high. And then I count back up to about 10 candles, and whatever the low point was over those 10 candles, that's kind of the swing low essentially that I use. Nothing fancy. Keep it all really simple. And as I say in the, and I say in the video of the swing picks every week, the whole point of it is idea generation. What anybody does with it is up to them. And I will shout this from the clock tower. Idea generation is wonderful. Take it, look at it, learn from it, make inferences, but idea generation alone will not bring you to the promised land. You have to do the work. There is no system out there. There is no product out there. There's nothing out there that anybody could buy and then just blindly follow, and they're going to be making a living off of and retire in the market or anything like that. Nothing like that has ever existed, and nothing like that is going to exist anytime in the near future, at the very least. And quite personally, I don't think anything like that will ever exist, but that's a conversation for another time. My point being is that these are supposed to be highly graded ideas, but that's all they are at the end of the day is ideas. And, a little technical analysis goes on with them that I discuss. And people may like what I have to say. They may not like what I have to say. Again, that's what makes a market. I don't consider myself any kind of expert or anything like that. I like charts a lot. I like to talk about them. I like to look at volume, price action. I like to look at support and resistance and so on and so forth. So we go over these charts. What the heck, right? Why not? Let's take a look here at the swing picks. So let me bring this window back over so we can see what's on the window. Really got to update this picture of me. This is a horrible picture of me. Scribble that out. Nobody wants to look at that face. Get out of here. All right. So let's start with BBAR. Oh, yeah, this was a weird set of swing picks this week. BBAR. It's an Argentinian bank. I'm actually familiar with this. I'm actually familiar with both these banks because I used to live in Argentina for a while. Other technical stuff that I look at, this weekly chart here, kind of pinning itself in right now, even more so as we start the week off. A daily chart, you can see some well-defined levels here. If it could break out where some possible support and resistance could be. But just an interesting to see this come through. I'll move this over. Was it near a lifetime high? Yeah, it's not terribly far off a lifetime high here. Lifetime high is 25 and 25.01. Start of the day over 21 here, or was over 21 at one point. Yeah, started the day over 21. Having itself a bad start to the day. Didn't get over Friday's high, so guess I can call that a win for the swing picks. Just a very interesting selection from the algo on that one. Dominion Freight ODFL. So anybody that's drove enough highways, you've seen their trucks out there. This one's starting itself off okay here for the week here. Not too shabby. Gapped up, came down, tested the gap, reversed itself nice, pulled back. Trying to hold this breakout level up here right now. Has some room up here a little bit. It's got a little bit of room up there to the top of that weekly those top weekly candles there. So it's around 250, give or take. So it was interesting on that. And yeah, that's a lifetime high back here. Here, whether you want to look at a weekly or daily chart. 252.03. So not far off a lifetime high on that ODFL. And then this is another Argentinian bank, GGAL. Again, very strange. I have two of these here. This one, however, is not anywhere near a lifetime high, all things considered. Although the chart itself, the long-term monthly chart, looks very similar to BBAR. So it's something maybe going on in Argentina that's making it more attractive to investors. I don't know. I'm not in touch with the country like I used to be. When I lived there, obviously, you have a better feel for what's going on. But it's been a long time since I've been there. Been 13 years, a little over 13 years since I've been there, 13 and a half years. So, nevertheless, not starting off the week so hot on that. And we got Crocs, CROX, so, Crocs footwear. Just strange to me, the price of the stock, but, it is what it is. And this is a good bit off any kind of lifetime high, too. Sitting there around the 132 level. Another stock started off, gapped up nicely, ran itself up over 134. Schizo today, though, right? Very schizo. Trying to hold on to this 132 levels, bounced off of it since it fell to it. This is not a liquid stock, though. This is not liquid by anyone's stretch of imagination. Well, I've seen way less liquid stocks, but 280 million traded by almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon here on the East Coast. Not very liquid at all. But it's breaking out. It's broke out. It broke out above this level here. Tried to break away further. It's brought itself back into the top of the breakout level. So see what happens from there. But a decent setup still overall. Again, just not 280,000 shares traded. Not the most liquid stock. You got to consider that when you're getting in and out. I just want to bring this over here. People are bidding at 132.31. They're asking at 132.76. So you've got a decent spread there going on. Something you want to consider with that, because generally speaking, when you buy, you hit just buy on market, you're going to get much closer to that number than you are this number here. Of course, you leave out limit orders, but when the stock doesn't have a lot of liquidity to it, are you going to get hit? Someone going to fill you? You can't predict that with a limit order. So anyways, that's Crocs. And last but not least, Burlington, BURL, Burlington Coat Factory. I don't know if they call themselves that, if it's just Burlington Stores now. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know. I put them in line kind of like a TJ Maxx, I think. I think these are usually larger stores than a TJ Maxx is, but you're looking for stuff that's on the discount shelf, essentially clothes, furniture, house goods, stools, couches, seats, stuff like that, kitchenware. I'm sure they got really kitchenware and stuff in there. But again, not terribly far off a lifetime high, 357.34, sitting here at that 330, 331 level. So you've got that lifetime high there. Got rejected here by it. So, made a nice march up, came down, found itself some support where it's been finding support. Continue to find support there after some hard bounces up and down. Came back up, rejected off that level again. Found itself some support at a higher level. So 2 areas to look at to the downside for support and where you could consider risk. This is more risk. This is more conservative to the downside. So you can kind of play it inside the box if you wanted to. If something you feel comfortable trading a range, this could be a range to trade in for a little bit. And if you're just able to get alpha on this piece of the range, not buying this and you're not selling that necessarily, but you're buying and selling this or selling and buying that, whatever, whether you're going long or short, that's not something unreasonable to consider. There are people that like to trade ranges. I'm not one of them, but it is definitely a strategy some people do. Those people are some of the most disciplined traders out there. And someone would think, well, why would they be some of the most disciplined traders? Well, because if they violate to the bottom of the range, they don't stick around and say, 5 more cents, 25 more cents, $1 more, they're out. Even if they get stopped out and then it reverses right away, they listened to their plan. They didn't chase, they didn't mess around, they didn't screw around, they didn't they didn't move the goalpost back or anything like that. And to the upside, they get to their upside, they also don't mess around. They take their wins. And if the stock continues without them, they're not, I left all this money on the table. And if I would have held on, well, if you would have held on, you'd have broke your rules. And when you break your rules, you lose more than you win. And that's the way it works. Assuming that you have a set of rules of a trading plan that you've tested thoroughly enough to know it works long term. Anywho, so that's my 2 cents there on the swing picks. Appreciate you asking about those. We don't talk, we never talk about those. It's not a big highlight spot in general for folks, but they're there nonetheless. And again, you got if you're a subscriber to the software, you got the cloud link to those price alerts, to the upside downsides, a little blurb about the market, a little blurb about each of the charts here. And video if you want to hear me drone on some extra. And you got some stuff here, about the traders room and live support, which anybody here is in the live support right now, which I highly encourage folks to come to and ask their questions. So that be the swing picks. So again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Fire those in for me. Come one, come all. We got some time left before Barry gets back. Of course, happy to do that. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. Appreciate all the questions that come in and all the interactions and engagement. Can you talk about squeeze picks? I'm not like, are you just talking about looking for stocks that have high short floats? We don't have a squeeze picks out there unless there's something new I'm unaware of. I mean, there is the squeeze channel or whatever. There's a doc channel bar. Got this short squeeze channel. So I haven't been through this channel in a while, but I surmise everything in here has a sizable short float. So yeah, I mean, we could look at a few of the stocks in here. So ANAB, 17% short float on that. Not too shabby. 27.28 million on the float itself. No short growth data on it. So days to cover here. Let's see a days to cover data point. Let me pull it up. I know I have it over here. So days to cover ANAB. I got to pull it up. ANAB. So days to cover on this, 5.48. Interesting. Chart-wise here, way off any kind of lifetime high, so that ain't, that ain't having any influence. But it's at a big inflection point here. If it can get up above this 70 and start leaving 70 behind, shorts will have to start to cover. They're gonna get uncomfortable. They're gonna need to start to cover on that ANAB. That's if it can do it. Something I'd consider for this is again not exactly what I call a liquid stock at 368,000 shares traded on it, and that's doing sorry, that's a bad drawn arrow there. That's doing 2 times normal volume, and it's only at 368,000. So it's not exactly anything to write home about. So, short squeezes are a tricky thing. They're a tricky thing. It's like, I can't say one way or the other if this was, going to squeeze or not. If volume were to come into this and it could push up above 70 and start to leave it behind, I guess you could say a squeeze was likely to happen. They're impossible to predict. There's no such thing as prediction. Everything is if then. If this happens, if then likely. If X happens, then Y is likely to follow. If then scenarios. So if this gets above 70 with some increasing volume, then there is a likely scenario for some squeezing of the shorts. Well, how big could it possibly be? That is beyond impossible to even anticipate, predict at all. But the idea is set ourselves up with good if-then scenarios that make sense for us. I'm going to duplicate this scan into a free-floating window so I can get rid of the rest of this here on the channel. And we could just look at a stock or three from here and just kind of go through a few if-then scenarios with it. I'd just rather do it with my own charts here in my own single stock window. Sorry, let me symbol linking red. Alrighty. So GPRE. Ethyl alcohol manufacturing. Yeah, let's see. We got a short float of 19 points. That's a good size short float right there. Again, way off any kind of lifetime high. So, one of the things, if you were really trying to look for short squeezes, or you're looking for not even a short squeeze, but where shorts are being pressured out to drive the price higher without it going crazy necessarily, you may consider looking at stocks not too far off lifetime highs with high short floats as well. That could be another way to do that. Again, not exactly a liquid stock, not illiquid, but not the most liquid stock, that's for sure. Well, the bid and ask on is fine. The 1760 on the bid, 1763 on the ask, so you're not really losing anything at on a market order for the most part. Got this, little bit of room up to here. So if it were to take out these levels up here with some volume, then you'd start to see maybe some shorts decide they don't want to be a taker in this. Some other things to consider too, if you're looking for short squeezes, where are people likely short from? Most people aren't holding shorts for a year. People don't hold shorts like they do longs for the most part. So something to consider now, right, is are people short from down here? If they're short from down here, they're not feeling too good about the position. Are they short from back in here? They're not feeling probably too bad about it right now. Also short float data, short growth data, float data, days to cover. Anything else I want to note on this? No, I don't think so. Those are all estimates, number one. Number two, they're only updated bi-weekly. They're updated twice a month, beginning, middle of the month, essentially, or endish middle of the month. There's no real-time data for those. It's just when your brokers and other entities that have positions held in short have to report by FINRA or, according to FINRA regulations. So just know that this number can be in flex the entire time. Also, the higher this number is here, you got to consider that. That means right here, days to cover means given its average pace of trading and what's held in shorts, if all the shorts were start to try to cover at once, it would take 11.99 days for them to cover actually. Good, bad, just data, not necessarily good or bad. So, these are the kinds of things that and when I'm doing the swing picks video, I do talk about this kind of thing a lot. I think it is something to note when you're looking at longer term stuff. I also, a lot of times will say, keep in mind, when you see a stock with a high short float, that means there is a large contingent of traders out there that believe that this stock should not be at the price it's at and should be lower for whatever reason they believe it, whether it's only for technical reasons or fundamental reasons, or a combination of technical and fundamentals. So that means you are willing to take the other side of that trade that you believe the price should be rising for whatever reason you believe. And if you do not have a reason you think that that price should be rising, then you should not be in that trade. That is a lesson I had to learn very hard many times. So, these are all the kind of things that I would consider that, you're taking the other side of someone else's trade when you are looking for a short squeeze, or even just shorts being pressured to move out, not necessarily a squeeze. WBI, we'll click through a few more of these, right? Could have sworn I clicked WBI. So even larger short float, 24.28. Again, not a whole lot of trading going on in there. Got that pretty Sides will move up there, and another one here. Big topping shadows. Interesting enough. This stock is near a lifetime high, right, Barry?
It is, and I did my video today on VEEE.
Ah,
And I
yes.
was saying to myself, I wonder if it could take out the high and it could get going. And look what happened.
It did it.
It did it.
That is wow.
Craziness.
520,000 in
Yeah,
the
I know.
float.
I know. You know,
Is
there are
something.
so many now that are under a million. It used to be, as you know, Chris, I mean, it used
Yeah.
to be so rare. In fact, I don't think I ever, probably if I went back 2 years, I don't think I would have seen one under a million. But now there could be 100 that are
Yeah.
under a million that we see. I mean, it's just truly amazing. But it makes it kind of fun when you get in on the right side of these. Not so great on the wrong side.
Oh yeah. I've been on
Oh
both
yeah.
sides of that, more the wrong, unfortunately, than the right. And that's when I
Hmm.
decided, you know what? These stocks move a little too fast for me.
Well, you got to be paying a lot of attention. I mean, you can't be distracted at all on
No,
something like this. But
without a question.
anyway, my friend, you were going to be taking off this afternoon. I think I was trying to decipher all you guys talking
Oh
about.
yeah,
I'm off
yeah,
here.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
off here. I'm here, in here, and not here. And
Yeah,
so
you
I'm
know.
assuming you're taking off this afternoon.
Yeah, kind of. I don't really have anywhere to go now. I was supposed to be taking my kiddo to 3 day sleepaway softball camp, but with her knee situation, she can
Ah,
play in games, batting and running bases, but she can't pitch still. And the softball camp was focused around pitching, so we're gonna
okay.
forego it this week. And I kind of don't have anything to do, so I'm gonna hang around here. I'll be around.
Now, are you trying to get her so she can become a professional softball player and then
No,
basically support you in your old age?
no, absolutely
No.
not.
Okay. Okay.
But I wouldn't mind if she had good enough grades and good enough softball skills to get her a very nice scholarship into a
Ah,
decent
good. Yes.
university, so that it doesn't cost so much money. That
That would
that's more the
help.
end goal.
Okay. Okay. All right, my friend. Well, listen, whatever you do this afternoon, and I think later on in the week you're taking some time off, so have
Yep.
a great time.
Thank
Okay.
you, Barry. Thank you, and thank you, everybody. We will see you. I'll see you next Monday. Next Monday and Tuesday.
Yes. Okay. Cool.
All right. Take care, everybody. Bye bye.
Okay. I think I have grabbed. I think I've grabbed the stage in our YouTube room, so I think I'm okay there. Back in the main room. Get rid of my announcement. And last but not least, get my music going. Yeah, I did my video on you guys today, and when I was doing the video, I think the stock was right around here, and I was saying, if this takes out this high right there at 25, that could get going. And wow, no kidding, no kidding. Still has room on a monthly chart. It still has room. I mean, the next high is around 67. Sorry, not 67. Well, yeah, almost $67 on a monthly chart. Barry is our site now. What site are you talking about? You mean our site, like Trade Ideas site? It is not, well, not for me anyway. Max challenge attempts exceeded. Please refresh the page by or to try again. I don't know what that is. It's not down. The site is not down. I mean, I'm up and running. So I'm not sure what's going on your end. Have you tried to reboot? I'm sure you have. Tried to reboot Trade Ideas. Definitely not down. So you might want to just go info at trade-ideas.com to see if there's anything well, clean your cat or your cache or your catch. Are you using a VPN, as Pepe is asking? I mean, yeah, I don't know. I do not know. I mean, I see all the emails that come in. I mean, the only thing I, suggest, go to info@trade-ideas.com. Maybe they looked at your account. Maybe there's something going crazy with your account, though it doesn't seem logical. But I see all the emails that come in, every single email that comes into the company, and nobody is saying, "Hey, the site's down" or anything like that. So, got to be something on your end. Look, I'm not saying nobody else is having the issue, but certainly nobody else, if they're having the issue, is emailing us and saying what's going on. It was a real sleeper today, guys, in my daily trend reversals, like a real sleeper that I did not take was this Dawson, DWSN. We had an alert to short this, and I have this thing about shorting cheaper stocks, but typically it's only stocks under 5, but we had the alert today to short this at 626. And I looked at it and I thought, how dynamic could it be? This could have been maybe the best trade from that scan today based on a percentage basis. Max challenge, max challenge. Boy, that's a strange. I don't even know that. I don't even know that message. The max challenge attempts. I've never seen that on my end. Well, I don't know. I mean, it might. I don't know. I don't know what to say, IQ. Sorry. Maybe go to info@trade-ideas.com and ask the question. Maybe somebody's come across it. Maybe there is another person. I don't know. What's the first resistance of V triple E? Well, again, looking left. Looking left. I mean, the first looking left on a monthly chart is $66. I'm not saying it's getting there. Let me back out. Now that was back in February. Let me back the weekly chart out, see if we can see anything on the weekly. That's the same. It's not quite the same. Okay, so there is a high there on the weekly chart of around 40. Okay, 40. Okay, so I'm not saying that is the next absolute resistance, but that is the next high on the weekly chart for V triple E. William. So that is the who asked that question? So I'm at that. That's the first. I mean, if you look at a weekly chart, around $40. So this could be interesting, also, guys. I mean, this showed up on the trend reversal scan. The alert was at 231. It was right here before it pulled back at all. Got up to 274. Then, okay, so somebody. So Ahmad wins the prize. Okay, he's the one who said clean your cash. Now, you don't want to do that. You don't want to be "I told you so" guy. Okay, you don't want to do that, Ahmad. That you can be bigger than that. Okay. I was giving you a compliment, and then you had to do that. I'm kidding, okay, but so keep an eye on this one, guys. I mean, it may have another late day thrust. SRXH 274 is the high, and I think there was still room, like 325. 325 is 31. Yeah, that 325 is still the next high looking left. I tried to go to the trade ideas now web page. You mean this? Well, let me see. You mean our home page? Okay. See, I don't get it. This is what I had. I typed in tradeideas.com. Okay. And this is what I got. This is a link I had. I didn't type it in, but I wonder if it's a server. It does not have. So, yeah, because this was a link that I had. Okay. Well, let's type it in. Trade-ideas.com. Well, it's sort of defaulting to my home page when I do that. So that's not going to help, really. Let's see if I can. No, I just typed it in. I typed it in, and I still get to the home page. So I don't know what to say. So because I tried a link, I tried typing it in. I'm getting. We haven't had a lot of any. Well, we've had nobody, literally nobody that I can see that sent in an email saying, "Hey, there's something wrong with your site." All right, I'll pass that on. All right. Well, I pass it on to somebody and see what they say. But you're in now, IQ. Yeah. What browser are you using, IQ? Pepe says doesn't get it in Chrome, but do get it in Opera. Okay, guys. Well, as long as you guys are in, I don't know why that was happening, of course, but as long as you guys are in now. Okay. Well, I passed the information on. Still wondering about the AGEN guys. See if it takes out 7 later on. Now, QTTB, I may have to look at a short. Oops. If it takes out 20 in a big way, I mean, well, maybe not. There's the VWAP. It would have to get below the VWAP, okay? So I'd be giving up about 50 cents, but if it takes out the VWAP, that might spell the end of it for today anyway. And as for the QTTB, a lot of shares available. Interactive Brokers, 800,000. So yeah, somebody pointed that out earlier. Was that you, Juan, or was that Obi? I can't remember if it was you or Obi pointing it out, that V and S dot, kind of the same. Not today, but maybe similar. Well, if V gets to 100. Okay, guys, going to go over my homepage one last time. Okay, clicking on my homepage link, still valid. As far as I know, this is still valid. These 2 promo codes, they were valid when I put this up at 10 o'clock Eastern time, so about 3 hours ago. So you can still get 30% off. My guess is it's got to end tonight. I'm surprised it's still available, but you can get 30% off the premium annual, okay? Or you can get 25% off the other plans. The other plans meaning premium monthly, standard monthly, or standard annual. Okay, so 30% off a premium annual. And if you keep scrolling down, sorry. No, wrong. So you get 30%. So 30% off for premium annual, 25% off the other ones. All I ask, use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. I moderate 2 trading rooms, the YouTube room and the main room right here. This room, a lot more active. If you're looking for a room that's open in the pre-market and you want to interact with other traders in the pre-market, you can come into this room. It is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I get on the mic, both rooms, around 9 o'clock, sometimes between 9 and 9:15. I don't open the room because I live in Vancouver, so it's a little too early for me. So if you're looking for a more active room and you're sitting in YouTube right now, you can come into this room right here. You can keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It's free. So if you're going to take out a subscription or you're thinking about it, click on my homepage link and go to the education section. Click on the more info. And this is mandatory. You do this if you're taking out a subscription, getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. Very short videos. If you don't have trade ideas, start off with that second one. Go to the end. To give you an idea about the capability. You cannot save the code. No. Once it's gone, it's gone. They deactivate it on their end. Okay, they deactivate it. I was surprised to see it so active today. But no, it gets deactivated. That's nothing I do. They just deactivate it. So again, if you're thinking about taking out a subscription, start off with that second video. Go to the end. Gives you an idea about what the capabilities of the program are. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos for those of you who are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, you've clicked on my homepage link, go down, middle section, custom scans, here they are. So here are the 2 races. These are not scans, they're races right there. One race here, the large cap race. The other race is here. Pulse resumes is down here. I do have the daily trend reversals up and running. It's the only one I have up and running on my other monitor. I have nothing else. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. So you have any questions about any of these? Probably going to, in a week, maybe 2, maybe 3 weeks, I'm going to have this gap continuation or reversal scan. Okay. The reason why is that when we are in earnings season, you're going to see some big gaps, either up or down. So I'm going to probably have that one up and running during earnings season. Well, William, I know you know the answer, but that's a question for our accounting people. I don't get involved in any of that. So you can see here, guys. I mean, why? Look at this race today. I mean, the volatile race. Look how many races V has won. 27 races. 27 races. And it's it's a U.S. stock. It's not China, not Singapore. I was looking maybe to short QTTB, but it held 20 and it popped up. I put a price alert down at a certain level, didn't hit it. So it is actually popping up now, guys. This could be another late dayer. The high for QTTB was up here at 23. You get some volume coming in. It could with that float, it could pop through all that and keep going. Well, what sort of big pullbacks has it had? I mean, it's just give me a moment, please. Guys, I will be right back, okay? Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am back. Okay, UBXG, this is just over 6 now, guys, and it's another low float, not a lot of volume. The spread is terrible. Okay, forget it. 620, 645. I was actually thinking about this one because I thought, okay, over 6 would have some room to move, but the spread is terrible, so forget it. I'm gonna forget about that one. Boy, this DWSN, if there's any news on this one, because this is a getting clobbered here, 36. Wow. Okay, so first of all, our Capera, are you a premium subscriber? Okay, first thing to do is click on new from the toolbar. You can see what I'm doing, obviously. I shouldn't say obviously. I'm assuming you can, though, see what I'm doing. You click on new from the toolbar. You see where it says Premium AI Strategy Trades window? 3 of them start off with Premium AI. Click on the Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Can you do that? I'll just keep it up. I'll just keep pointing at it until you tell me you have done that. Our Capera. Okay, good. Okay, I need an answer. Okay, so if you do that, you should see something like this. Okay, I'm going to show you how you modify it though. You may have different column headers. First thing to do is where it says filter and it says I have none. You may have profitable trades, in which case you would only see one trade. So what you want to do is uncheck it. So click that little down arrow and get rid of the check mark with the profitable trades. Okay. So you should see now three. Do you see three trades? Three alerts. That's it for the day. Nope. Nope. What do you see? What do you see? When you said you loaded that window. So what do you actually see then? Just the one? Or is it blank? All right. Let's make sure you clicked on the right one, okay? So again, from the toolbar, click on new. From the toolbar, click on new. Three start off with Premium AI. It's the middle one, Premium AI Strategy Trades window. So when you say you had no tickers, did the window at least look like this, but just no tickers? Did it look? Now, did you keep trade ideas running overnight? Like from Friday on? Because you always have to shut down trade ideas each evening, especially for the AI. Oh, you did not. Okay, that's probably the reason. Okay, you have to shut trade ideas down every single night because there's some work that gets done to do the optimization procedure for the AI stats. I'm not saying it happens every time, but that's typically when people say I'm getting no data. Now I don't know if by doing this is going to help, but if you click on account and then reset connection a couple of times, it may help. I don't know though, but that's typically the reason why your window will be blank. If you reloaded trade ideas now, it would be fine, but you may not want to reload now. I don't know. Up to you. But let's just say you did. Okay. You do okay, you right now you have a blank, but let me show you also. Make sure though that you uncheck profitable trades. If it's checked, it's probably checked. Uncheck it, okay? Uncheck it. So that filter box, it says none. Now you will see a reentry price column. Okay. And why you want to uncheck it is because what happens is this. Not that this worked, but I mean, a lot of times they do work. So here was the for SkyQ. Here was the alert price at 402, and here was the exit price at 390. If and what happened? So it did hit the exit price. If it and it did happen, if it gets halfway between the original alert price and the exit price of 390, which happened to be 396, you have an opportunity to take the trade again if you took it the first time and got stopped out, or even if you just wait for re-entries. Okay, basically it's just halfway between the original alert price and the stop, and you'll get you'll get something that'll like this. Both of these did not work today. Okay, they're both cheap ones that they did not work. But if you don't have profitable unchecked, what happens is it looks at this and you'll get an alert for here. I'll show you how you can get a sound alert. But that price is 396, which is below the 402. So if you have profitable trades checked, you wouldn't have seen it. Okay, does that make sense? So that's why I'm begging the company to not have this the default. It should not be the default. Unchecked should be the default because these can be so really good. I mean, there are people that just wait for reentries and don't take the original alerts. In this particular case, no, neither would have worked. But many days, it's better to wait for a reentry. Now, here's how you can put a sound alert. Okay, so your original one of your questions was how to identify when a new signal is triggered. So if I right click in the body of and this will work for you, okay, even though it's blank. Just right click and click on actions. And this box will pop up. Now, are you sort of new to Trade Ideas completely? Or have you put a sound alert on an alert window before? New, okay. Okay, so right click in the body of this window, okay, and then click on actions and click on the play sound. And then click on the setup sound. This is all on our user guide also, okay, under sound alerts. Now you can pick text to speech if you want. You can have the symbol read out by a female voice or a male voice. Okay, if you want, you don't have to. Or you could go to use custom sound, click on that. And then when you click on select sound, these are 3 folders that we have created for you. Each folder has some sound alerts. So if I click on Mad Money, I have applause, bomb, cash register, etc. Okay, I have all these sound alerts in here. So if you wanted to hear how it sounded, you would left click on the monkey, okay, open it, and then you play it. And if you like that screeching sound that a monkey makes, you would say okay a couple of times, and then it gets attached. It gets attached to your window. And you'll get that sound. Unfortunately, you can't differentiate between the original alert price and the reentry. But you know what? We don't get so many alerts that it becomes overwhelming. Okay. Now, if you have not done this, I don't know if you've done the 10. Not that I don't think sound alerts is covered, but if you're new, do yourself a favor if you haven't done this already. Okay. So click on my homepage link. Scroll down until you see the education section. Click on the more info. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was right. And then getting started with trade ideas. Okay. Getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. If you haven't done that already, please do that. Now, in the guide itself, at the top here, the user guide, there is a section on sound alerts. Don't have to alert. There we are, sound alerts. So everything I just talked about is here. So there's your reference. Okay. Please go through the videos. Yes. They're short videos. Okay. It's not working now. So you waited too long. Yeah. If it's not working now, then that means they've taken it down. It was working earlier today. I can't help you. It's no longer valid then. They probably realized it was down or still up. Yeah, it's expired. So it was okay earlier, but it's gone now. Sorry. I could get you 25% off. I mean, you can ask them. Okay, go to info@trade-ideas.com and see if they see how nice they're feeling. Okay, info@trade-ideas.com. Tell them you want to use my code Barry30 to take out a premium annual. You didn't, and you just missed it. See what they say. Hmm. All right, guys. Just give me a moment. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I just have to contact the individual who looks after my homepage to make the promo code changes. All right, guys. What time is it now? 1:45. So I typically take off at around 2 o'clock. You know, I'll always say later if there are questions. SPY is, yeah, you know, last time I looked, we were struggling to maintain the VWAP, but that, let's see, since 11:25, so over 2 hours, we've been basically down. Okay, William, I saw that. Okay, no, you're not going to try to keep the room open 5 minutes. Murphy Oil, guys. Well, MUR oil. So Murphy Oil got a little bit of room on a weekly chart, 36.42, just over the whole number on the run here. This has been a strange one today, the sober. I mean, it got up to 123, got down to 89 cents. I figured that would be it, but the VWAP area sort of held it, and then zips up to 145, back down to 125. Basically, they are, well, they're not going to do what they used to do, which was some kind of a machine shutting down their alcohol monitoring unit ahead of a proposed business combination. So they, I mean, listen, do I blame the company? Well, they could make it work, so try something else. I mean, that's in essence what it's all about. They could not make what they do work, or work. They could not make money with selling their device. Well, I'll help. First of all, how do you trade them is going to be up to you, IQ, but you can take a look at. No, you're asking. Well, I can give you this one. Okay, it says up, but there's no. So if you take this one and you load it tomorrow, you'll see some earnings plays. Okay, how you trade them is going to be up to you. But here's how you can use trade ideas. Okay. So if you load this, I just did. So if you load that, and it's not just up, it is not just up, but this is what this is what it looks like. Let's sort. So the price is going to, this is a top list. Okay. So the price is going to be between 1 and 100. So you can always make the changes. Now I put 5,000 in here because, it'll be way more than 5,000. This is the filter. So minus 0.25. So if you load it tomorrow, before the market opens, okay, before the market opens, minus 25 would mean as companies that released earnings after hours today, okay, and the 0.25 means they released the pre-market. So imagine you have this today or tomorrow. You have that top list up and running tomorrow. You'll see the stocks that released after hours today, and then of course in the pre-market tomorrow. And those are the earnings plays. How you trade them, if you trade them, is up to you. Okay. And you can always make adjustments. I mean, if you want a different price range, if you don't care, I'm looking at between 1 and 100, but I mean, you can also, you can, but you know what? We also have a channel, which I think probably might even have so if I click on new and then dock channel bar, and then if I click on show more, I'm pretty sure we have an earnings channel. I might have passed it. I know we have an earnings channel. Come on. Don't tell me we got rid of it. Here, our earnings. Okay. So here's an earnings channel. Okay. You can look at that also. This is a multi-strategy window. So these are real-time alerts for something. All I care about is seeing the earnings. and seeing how much, which one I sorted on how much a stock is up the most. Yeah, but we do have an earnings channel. And here's this multi-strategy window. What does it have in here? Up with earnings today, down with earnings today, up with earnings yesterday. Okay, as an example. But how to trade them, that's going to be up to you. One thing I do not do, I don't like if somebody told me that such and such a company has earnings after hours, I won't trade it now. I mean, I could trade it during the day, but I won't hold it through earnings. I never ever hold something through earnings. That's just me. If there are people out there that say, well, I do, because I go to the site and it tells me, what to expect. And if it works for you, fantastic. Okay, so I'm just going over this. I'm looking at this AGEN here. And the volume is just tapered off. Absolute volume is huge still on each one of these bars. I mean, look at the overall volume, 164 million. But what I'd be looking for is a volume burst. Give me something that looks at least like this as standing out. But the good news is still holding over the VWAP. But I've got a price alert around 7 in case it pops through that. And the high today was up here at 872. So there's certainly room. Yeah, wow, the VEEE really took a header, didn't it? The QTTB, I mean, I just feel like it's going to completely potentially run out of steam. I mean, yeah, it had the little pop here, but I mean, it's meandering its way down. There are a lot of shorts available for me, but it would really have to take the VWAP out, which is that's why I have a blue line. underneath the VWAP in case it does take that out and really start a major descent. Sober opened and opened a little higher, I guess. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. $196 million shares have traded. Had the big drop on Friday when they said we're not going to do what we were doing. And then the big jump today because they're saying, well, we're not going to do what we were doing, but we're going to merge with somebody, start a new business. And the company is Clean World Ventures. Probably not a public company, but let's see. Clean. Yeah, so it's not a public company that I can see anyway. No. Well, the spread's actually pretty not bad. Well, wasn't bad, about 8 cents briefly for the VEEE. Boy, that SpaceX is now again challenging that 135 mark. Got a price alert down here. If it gets, I mean, that'll be right at the IPO price. Investors may be concerned about rising float from lockup expiries in the coming months. Well, or they might realize the company makes no money, has no prospect of making money in the near future. Didn't stop the public from bidding it up to $226, of course. Yeah, he's got like billions upon billions of shares. Is RC Rogers, right? That's Rogers. $32.95. Well, it's had a little pop. I mean, right now you're still challenging the VWAP. Okay, so I mean the trend is down, but it is challenging the VWAP. Will the VWAP still act as resistance on the way up? And as far as 32.95, well, I would 32.95. What's happening right at 33? I mean, the next low looking left, of course, is today's low, really. So, I mean, it's really a matter of will the VWAP still pause it from moving higher? The VWAP number is actually 3346 right here, 3346. So it's, you know, it's right at the VWAP. Well, if you think it looks weak, then you should short it. Seriously. Don't let me stop you. RCI, I mean, you know, it's right at the VWAP, and it, you know, it's very possible. Oops, it's very possible that that will act as resistance on the way up. All right, guys, it is 2:01. So if I don't see any questions, I will take off. I'll hang around for another minute or so. And if there aren't any questions, I'll just start off my preamble or my my final thoughts, as in, thanks for all the help all day long, guys. Thanks for all the help all day long. Appreciate it. Obi will open the main room at around 6:45 a.m. tomorrow. 6:45 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I get on to YouTube. I usually open around 9. The reason I can't open YouTube earlier is that there's nobody to moderate it, and that's why I'm not opening the other room at 6:45. A little early for me in Vancouver, but anyway, I get on both rooms, mic wise, between 9 and 9:15. I heard SOBR halted on the way down. You're welcome, Ahmed. Okay, guys, I think that's it. So I'm going to shut down the YouTube room, end the